It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. Big
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
I was going to play that. I was trying to get the other ones ready. I was going to play all the intros, but fuck it. Here we are. Here we are. How's it going, peeps? You're on mute, my dear. You're muted up there.
We started off awesome. Welcome to the Wide Awake Show, and I am wide awake.
Well, you should be. I mean, it's like 5:30 in the morning there. 5:30 on a Saturday morning, getting up to come and do the show for all of you lovely, beautiful people that are here right now.
Because today is an important day. It's the Pursuit of Freedom Rally Day. That's
every
true.
day is an important day, but
right.
today isn't it? Yes, absolutely. The Pursuit of Freedom Rally in Carlisle, UK. We are there in spirit.
Yes.
So we've got representation in spirit from America and from here in the Canary Islands and from wherever you are. So should we get? I'll tell you what. I've got an idea. While we're waiting, because obviously we're still waiting to connect with Rox, and let's just anticipate. Absolutely bloody anything can happen. There might be a chance that we can't connect with Rox. What she will do, as she did, as with that's what happened last time, right? As well, but in Hull. And so what will happen if that happens? Obviously, is Roxanne is there with a seater, and they will get they'll get plenty of footage recorded, and we'll just get that. You know, we'll have to do that in a video afterwards. But we'll muddle on with today, and we can talk about freedom. And there was something else I was going to say. I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to hand the floor over to you now, Sarah, while I collect my thoughts and try to work out what the fuck it was I was going to say to people just then. Very poignant.
Very poignant. And something to do specifically with the rally, potentially, not sure, but so we're pretty excited because we're going to be able to...
I know what I was going to do.
Go for it.
I just remembered. I was going to say, what a wonderful way to actually get involved with the chat room as well, initially, right?
Yeah.
Where's everybody from?
Oh,
where are you? What's your age, and where are you from? This is a bit of a Lionel Nation thing, but what's your age and where are you from? Like, you don't have to say your exact age, just the decade. Like, I'm in my 20s, I'm in my 30s, I'm in my 40s, and the county that you're in, whether that be American or British or you know, whatever.
That I will tell you that in America, nobody's going to know if you give people your county here. Nobody, that's like, with nobody.
Give me a random county. Give me a random
I would
county.
say your city. And if you don't want to tell us like your town, because you're from a small town type situation, maybe a nearby town or a general vicinity. We could do time zones now. Let's not do time zones.
Yeah,
I have all the you know why we don't do time zones? Only because like that can be a huge area. You know what I mean? I want to know,
what time is it? Greetings, Caucasian Sasquatch. How you doing?
Greetings.
Nobody's actually,
good to see you guys.
Nobody's actually. I don't know. Maybe it's the delay. Nobody's responded to that just yet. So let's just go down the list and say, Nath, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Hey, Nath.
And Pen, if you're about.
And
much love, my darling. My honorary niece, she is. JP, just JP, how you doing, buddy? Matty
Okay.
England, nice one.
Hi, Maddie. How you guys doing? Thanks, JP, for flipping back and forth between our channels. Appreciate that. Saw that. Well, I need to post our link to my channel.
Sherry,
And Sherry, you were gonna make a comment to Sherry's comment. Do you remember that? I don't remember which one that is now. Sherry and her. Oh yeah, about making us wait, or how we made her wait in the meters running. I'm not paying for that.
The refreshments, yeah. So Sherry, I thought everybody knew the bar's just over there. It's self-service. We've got milkshakes, we got smoothies, we've got hot chocolate. You can have coffee, tea. It's all over there.
I got the
yourself at home, babe.
I got the virgin lime mojito set up, pre-made, blended, you are on the rocks, whatever you want, salt, no salt, sugar, no sugar. What do you with that? What's your poison?
Underground, how you doing, mate? Good to see you on YouTube. Reverend Hole, as always, good to see you, man.
Reverend
Christopher Shea. The rally is the Pursuit of Freedom rally, Christopher. It's going to be covering everything, basically, because this is all right. We don't have lockdowns to deal with, but they're still operating in this, from the same mindset as they were 2 years ago, which has been proven that it had nothing to do with science. So, Caucasian Sasquatch, how you doing, buddy?
Hey,
good to see you.
Good to see you.
Audio Oracle, nice one. Thank you very much. Indigo Day, good to see you always.
Indigo.
Gear Up from Pittsburgh. Hello from Pittsburgh. Hey,
Gear Up.
That's a very nice. That's a nice beard you got there, sir. Very nice. Tyler Arnold, good to see you. Oh, Alex, I'm looking forward. We're gonna have a conversation later. Alex has got something to talk about, and maybe we can talk about it on the show tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that actually.
But I'm gonna talk to her this afternoon, and after the show, I'll have a chat with her and find out what it is she wants to talk about. So yeah, good to see everyone. Thank you all for answering the question. Oh, Buckinghamshire, there we go. Underground. I thought. Why do I think you were in Hertfordshire? I thought you were in Hertfordshire, sir.
Hertfordshire.
I'm
working on it. I'm working on it. Thanks for making us your early morning routine, Tyler. Hey, Jim Dillinger, how you doing?
Jim Dillinger.
Dillinger.
Yeah, Lucy, but he is in France.
I haven't. Richie and I kind of jumped into getting. So even the 30 minutes that you were waiting for us, I put that time into this beautiful new overlay. So I just want you guys to know that time was not wasted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and Richie can't do goats. He can't do them either, but mostly because it sounds like you got crap quality around there. I know the other day, somebody was like, "Ooh, I want to do some peppered jelly on this, my dad's homemade bread, and with some cream cheese." And I was like, "Ooh, or goat cheese." And they're like, "What?"
See, I like goat's cheese. The goat's cheese that my mum used to buy, which was like from Marks and Spencer's and Sainsbury's and those sorts of supermarkets. I hated it. Had a really strong, horrible, disgusting taste. But then I tasted goat's cheese in Portugal, and it was creamy, beautiful. Like, didn't taste anything like the goat's cheese that I'd had in England, and it was really nice. And there's different, they're big on goat's cheese.
Well, yeah, and we know we know that the quality of the soil is obviously really important. So if you can imagine, if the animal's getting really good nutrient food and it's eating that and living on that, the quality of the soil is important for the quality of the grass and the stuff that they're eating, isn't it? Yeah.
The thing is with Yeah, I think in the UK, I don't trust that they're, because goats are renowned for eating anything, and I think that a lot of capitalists have cashed in on that and said, mate, they fucking you can feed them the straw out of the horses' stables, and they'll eat that. You know.
Yeah.
The used straw out of the horses. When you muck out the horses, feed that to the goats, they'll fucking eat it. Chuck in a couple of jumpers, couple of shirts. We've already had 4 of my shirts, the bastards.
And
I'm still wearing them.
I was about to be like, and on that note, my dog has just yep, and so I will be right back.
No problem at all. That gives us wonderful. Ladies and gents, you'll have to, because like today's show is predominantly, this is about the Pursuit of Freedom rally, and we're not quite linked up with Roxanne just yet because of traffic and signal and all of the issues that you have to deal with when you're trying to do a live stream at a live event. So you're just going to have to bear with us a little bit. In the meantime, yeah, exactly.
State of the world, check the conditions of man's mentality. War is a sign of the times. State of the world, death to the family. Destroy the structure of morals that poison us all. Right before our eyes, there are men manufacturing men. Let the cloning begin. Question is lit. Before we multiply into a race of DNA, extract the matches that attack us. How do you control the nation that was born without a soul? Lost their mind. Desperate measures in an era of apparent failure. Kids rebelling, raising hell because they raise themselves. It's evident we need the God to help. It's really just issues with more than we can possibly imagine. It's war, religion, anarchy, abortion, even family divorce. Foreign policy, America, the home of the free. We've lost faith in all our unity.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yes. This is awesome.
Everybody
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Okay.
Well,
Double Illuminati. Double upside down.
Red eye, same as me, mate.
Swing of the head, up and down. Listen as the piano plays the music. Exercise just for the head and throw head back. Up and down. Exercise just for the head. Flash lights over the left. Exercise just for the head and throw head back. Up and down. Exercise just for the head. Flash lights.
I'm Battlecaster Food.
Perfect.
What are you looking at? Honestly, your weird dead eyes. They are weird. Super weird. So.
You're well talked to on paper. It's you for some reason.
You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.
Is that okay? Have a nice day. Hey.
That gets stuck in your head. That do. That gets totally stuck in your head. It's great. There's so much good music that we're working with, man.
I love it, man. And well, the other intro that I hastily, the other interval that I hastily put together, but that music, I love the beginning of that, man, with the clapping and it's a gospel type.
Yeah.
I don't want to fight your wars. I can't fight your wars on my mind. All right, mate. Anyway, peoples. So obviously today the rally is all about the pursuit of freedom of speech, freedom of movement, bodily autonomy, or all of these things. Kevin Corbett, who we've seen before, and we've interviewed before, he's going to be he's like the headliner. Going to be speaking there again. And Roxanne is going to go around and try to speak to as many different people as she can. I'm just going to have a look, see if we've had any contact. I'll just send her a message. Did you? Oh, by the way, did you? I wonder if that's what I'm hearing.
I added my own thing, but I saw all the ones you just added.
That's what you were talking about. The whole world is watching.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we have. Now you hear the beginning of that song. Yeah. Who sings or who knows where that is from? We'll do a little trivia.
The whole world is watching.
And what context that was from. We were just talking about that today. So that one has stuck with me. My dad used to listen to that song all the time. So you like that one? Fun with audio. The other fun thing I've been doing is looking up a lot of stock footage. So more or less what we're trying to tell you is there's a lot of really fun visual sound in store for you all. So we're going to make this an enjoyable, intellectual, mind-provoking.
Have you got a fucking umbrella?
No, I'm just gonna get wet, man. Just deal with it. If you live in Oregon, that's sort of the joke.
If
you have an umbrella, you're lame.
when Roxanne does finally get through to us live, we are anticipating it being raining there, so we just wanted to,
give you that feel. That. Yeah, that's very relaxing. Now, ready for this? Oh, sorry. It wasn't timed as well.
I like to use thundercracks for transitions. Hence the next transition.
I know you've got me thinking about that now. This is very relaxing. I see we turn it down a little and leave it on. This is a really nice. If I have to start going to the bathroom a lot though, then maybe.
Yeah. So right, listen, we're losing viewers. So.
Oh, we're fine. Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
JP, have you heard from Dave lately? When he's still living. Do you mean Dave Murphy, or which Dave? Dave Murphy, Dave Mantle.
I don't know all the Daves.
You mean Dave Murphy?
I can pretend. I do know some Daves. Does he have a slap sound? I could probably find one. Oh, that would be hilarious if you played a slap sound in the middle of this bar sound. And just like,
That's a whip sound.
Yeah, that is a whip sound.
You're trying to do that.
Yeah.
You're trying to do that. I'm moving my hand so fast, it's actually creating a whistle. So.
Wait. There's one from a movie that's like, it's like real long, drawn out. It's like a Will Ferrell movie. It's like Step Brothers or something like that. Let's see if I can find it.
Not sure.
I'll put it on a list to look up, but my only reason that I'm not going to go do it right now is just because I get really distracted. And if you've noticed the last couple of shows, I've been focused on. This is pretty loud. I'm going to turn it down. It's like I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. And I'm like, it's gibberish. Okay. We are connecting to Rox. She said there were some accidents on the freeway. Everybody was delayed this afternoon. There's a lot of rain, so we'll get that too. And we'll probably we'll probably make a song where it's like whip it real good. We'll use a little bit of that in there too. Speaking of which, I was trying to see if I have it loaded. There's some other good ones that I thought we had in here. Now I got to put it in here. All right, grab your drink. Okay, so anyway, guys, did anybody try to guess to what that was from? We don't really care, do we? I'm teasing. That audio.
No one.
I'm gonna play it again. This is from. Yeah, I'm going to.
All 20 people of the whole world is watching.
In this scenario, you can see that with the awakening that's happened, despite it's the fact that people can't get. It's like they're starting to just see, okay, there's crazy corruption, but they still make excuses for it. I'm gonna let this play too because it.
Well,
no, it's not Woodstock forever, but it's actually close.
I thought about I was going to play it,
I'm going to pause this, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm letting this play to see if anybody can figure out who this is. I know I ended it right there for that reason. Okay, tell me who the band is. Oh, is it looping? Oh, you played it again? You want to play again? Can you tell who the band is? It's a little more of an obscure one.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, let me just tell everybody. It's from the 1968 protests. It had to do with the political race at the time. And there's a lot of protesting going on, but the police came in and were very brutal. There was a lot of, there's footage of it too. There was a lot of injuries and footage of them just being just ridiculously gross, brutal. So, more or less, Chicago, the band, did this song, and I think they chant this twice, but they turned it into this audio, and then they turned it into this song. So, it's a really good song if you guys haven't heard it, and I can always record the whole thing if you want me to sometime, so. Because this is a little more old school, this is 70s, early 70s, late 60s, so. Okay. Is it playing again? Come on, man. I'm just kidding. I'm teasing you. Okay, so we can't get a hold of her yet, but we kind of knew we were going to be in a little bit of a delay. So, you know what I was thinking about, too, about some of the questions I wanted to ask, we could ask the audience, get you guys more engaged, is related to how you feel about, your next steps. Some of you, what's your plans? And maybe because plans are a big word and future is excessive, I shouldn't say, that was kind of a weird way to say it. Future is sort of, what is that? You're anxious if you're living in the future. You're anxious if you're living in the future,
if you're feeling anxious, you're living in the future.
Yeah. So
just think about the future.
What are some dreams maybe you have is a better way to put that for how you see things happening. Yeah, why don't you start off by telling us? And I'm asking the
chat,
the chat as well. But please, Richie, please you tell us from your perspective, and then give the delay some time to catch up too. But and I can say too. But yeah, be curious.
No, let's hear yours first.
Well, I think community again is just it just keeps coming back to that, but the sovereignty thing, and then also becoming a healer without licensing. So those are the things that are really resonating with me right now, because some of the things I've been listening to. And so Monday I have a meeting, a co-op meeting, and I'm hoping to meet some people that way and open some doors. And
Is that
I'm
without
going
for
to be,
Vedic and,
yeah. And so I'm hoping I can ask some questions as well to them. But we'll see. I'm not sure what that day is going to entail, but that'll give me a good idea. And I think that's going to set some precedents for our pathway. So for me right now, it's about starting to incorporate it into our show a little bit, like make a segment. I wanted to make sure I do a health segment. So if we have time today, I'll do that. But for sure, we'll do it more tomorrow. We're not always going to, I think, do shows that are, as fluid necessarily with every little thing that we want to do. But, and then I want to do like where we're going to start looking at some of this paperwork that you and I are going to start analyzing for, and when I say paperwork, more like, like the sovereignty law literature, I think is more what we're going to be trying to look into to see like, what's the next
the PMAs
step.
as well. PMAs.
An association, remember you and I talked
private
about
member associations.
Yeah.
We're going to hook up with Beth Martins and talk to her about that.
Yeah.
And who was it? Somebody else was talking about that. Oh yeah, no, it was Dr. Bear. Dr. Bear Lando was talking about that's what they did the first time they did it. They did a private members association. So that they were able to practice on their land.
Okay.
You have to be.
That's right.
I think you really to be in a strong position in that situation. You need to be a freeholder. You need to be a freeholder of the land. You need to have freehold of the land that you're on, because then you can essentially it makes it like a sovereign state.
I don't think that, and I'm not positive, this will be a question to ask them, but I don't think that they had the patent to their land when he started the private association. I think it was, I think maybe that's come later in life as they've paid it off, because you have to obviously pay it off.
I'm not saying you need it to have a private members association. I'm just saying that you are in a much stronger position if you're freeholder of the land and the property, because then nobody
that's
can
the
come
goal.
and say,
I
so
think
that
sorry, all I was going to say is with our communities, that's what I want to see. I want to see us be free on our own land. And make our own, because again, we've talked about, we don't see hierarchy. We don't see that existing. I see people having roles that feel like leadership, but they're not. That's not what it is. And at the end of the day, there's a board, there's a panel.
Let's say that we've got a situation where we've got 20 people or 50 people, and you've got those that are constructive, practically they work in construction, then in that group of builders, engineers, but the people that will maintain the facilities, in amongst that group, there's going to be a pecking order. It's natural, because of ego. There will be a pecking order of who is the most experienced, and it's something that we need to work through. That's one of these things that we're going to have to work through. And hopefully there's somewhere where everybody's got to already. We don't, everybody's already conscious of that. And so it won't be an issue so much, egos clashing with each other. Or it will happen in the moment, it will happen, but moments afterwards, they'll be going, oh, sorry about that, man. Yeah, sorry about that. That was him got out, and recognizing the fact that we've been triggered, or and it's all like the oversoul or whatever.
I feel like there should be a person that's kind of known for being like a peacekeeper, sort of a devil's advocate that doesn't take sides, that can kind of like say, well, this is why and this is why, so this is where this is what you need to figure out. And if you guys can agree to disagree on this, and this would be my suggestion. And it maybe doesn't come down to just one person, I'm saying, but I think it's really helpful because it's so easy to just be like, no, they're wrong. This is black and white and they are absolutely wrong. And I am no doubt, I'm probably, my thing is I judge, and it does say this in my numerology. This is interesting that I judge successful people, but I judge them because I'm always like, well, what the hell are you doing with your, like, oh, you just slather makeup on your face all day and buy Gucci bags. What the fuck are you doing with your life? That kind of a thing. I've always been critical because I don't understand it. I don't understand the need to have those things. I never have. And I think also for me, it came down to, I wanted to live in a different world. And I knew those things were holding us back. Like I knew that people being obsessed with these things was preventing us from coming together, because then it was like a hierarchy thing.
So like, let's just go completely into the world of fantasy. The community that you want, expanding out further, what's happening outside of that community? It like in your, is this after the split? Like that's the thing. It's like,
yeah, and that's the other
how
question.
Are we imagining this?
Then I want to engage
20 years.
Yeah.
The next 20 years playing out as it is playing out still, where we're going to have to create a separate community.
Sorry, I don't. Okay, so I do see it this way. I actually do see it starting with one and branching out from there. I do totally see that, because I see certain people setting certain precedences right now, moving forward and getting everybody to be like, all right, okay, I want to go do that. I want to go jump in on and help with that right now, because I actually see a shift. And by 2024, I think we'll be ready to, if not sooner, but by that time, I think we'll be ready for sure to start new. Like we'll be able to separate and branch off from whatever chaos these other, cohorts want to, hook themselves up to Borg style, versus we'll be able to go live this kind of in this setup that we've discussed in a more sustainable, just with the earth kind of situation with free energy as well.
My issue with trying to imagine it is every time I do, what I want to try and do is be realistic about what's going to happen in the next 5 years, and it's difficult because,
well, it's why we keep saying, like, we got to stop talking about it. We got to start doing it. And because it is almost making us anxious, because we keep just sitting. So, but we're making steps. We have to remember, okay, Monday is a huge step. And it's going to, for me personally, because if I get a chance, because my thing is with Dr. Lando, is that he was an MD and he gave up all his credentialing to do that. And if I can start doing that right now, that gives us all the precedents to start doing it. That gives you the precedents to start doing it, Richie, because that's something you want to do, is healing. And maybe we have other training that we want to start with. He would give us a great window into that, great resources on where to start and get that information. But then before you know it, you're able to offer your services. And yeah, it might be virtual, but who knows, in your community, you might be shocked if you can find some way to translate and you're just doing hands work and you don't actually need to have that much verbal conversation with somebody.
Do you know what? I've thought about this, right? I have actually thought about this. And I wonder if I need to move somewhere completely new, where I come into the community as that person, rather than growing into the person.
Maybe.
Just because. Do you get what I'm trying to say? What I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I think as much as we
when
love,
I come in, everybody just knows me as Richie the healer, rather than Richie, that's the musician that like his career got ended by Boris Johnson and fucking twat faced dick fuck, whatever his name is.
Well, and part of the problem is you're on you are in a network, and there may be very few people that have your mindset, and most everybody there's probably had the V, and so for that reason, that's where you can't connect at all. And it's, you know, even in my community, it's harder because I live in such a mixed up, like mentally, like there's so many people like who are. That's the weirdest thing I think I've talked about is that there was this Reiki retreat, and it's really well known, and they were enforcing the V for you to go, and I just thought that's just so sad. And so if that's happening on a healthcare implementation that should have nothing to do with it, you know, then you can see how drastically crazy it is. Regardless, I will say, Richie, and I didn't want to say it, but I have been starting to feel more like it, like you might end up, you know, but I don't know for sure. And I'm not putting any stipulation on it because I'm lately I just keep going, I'm ready. I've been really patient. Like, and my thing I told you with who I am is like, it will show itself. It will literally just go like this. Boop. And it does take making connections, but.
Are you talking about being in a different location kind of thing?
Mm-hmm. But it's all good. Let's sorry guys, I didn't.
We'll have a talk after live. We'll have a chat after live about it.
Yeah, but we're gonna start sharing that process because I talked about it.
She is
perfect timing. Here we go. Put her on front and center, baby. You got her.
Hello, darling. So yeah, we've just got here to Carlisle. The rally's just started. And we've got UK Citizen here. We've also got Joe Langley as well. I can see Dr. Kevin Corbett, I think. So yeah, I'm just going to bring you in and let you hear what they're saying, okay?
Awesome, thank you.
So the next person, everybody will probably know, he is a lord. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right, sorry.
Great.
Sorry, I want to change that.
New mic is smashed it, Rox.
Brendan, can you come up? If everyone give a round of applause for Brendan. That's a very important thing to see.
If you're not going to fight for us children, who's going to fight for us?
Woo! That's one of the best things I've heard all day. Everybody else keeping that short. Right. Oh no, the guy next to me will be keeping that short. I just realised. Right. So we've got a lordship in the house, as people know. Right. So this guy goes around with his team all across the north, and there's quite a few of the team here all around who go with him to serve police forces, put them on notice. I mean, whether they take notice or not doesn't really matter. But the fact is, it's being done on everybody's behalf. So they're actually legends. He's been, well, he just turned out of nowhere, really. But he's done a lot in a short time, and he's got 2 children he brings up to try his best as a single dad, really. Is that too much humility? Right. So can you please welcome from UK Citizen Joe Langley, Lord Joe Langley.
Thank you. I'll never mention that he's one of the team that visits all these PlayStations as well, don't you? It's a bit embarrassed when I mention that. Now, today is UK Citizen's first ever freedom rally, and in the words of the American psychologist William James, the first act of freedom is to choose it. Too many people are not choosing freedom, are they? They're just sitting there doing as what they're told to do. You've got to stand up for your rights, or nobody's going to stand up for you. But we all need to come together as one. And as the Manic Street Preachers once said, tolerate this, then your children will be next. Who wants the kids having all these freedoms ripped away from them like we are now? I don't want my kids being brought up in this world, and sure nobody else wants the kids and grandkids being brought up in this world. So it's time we all come together and start fighting for them. Now, me and the team, as Al's just mentioned, we go, not just our team, but the whole of UK Citizen. We've got even 2 lads here waiting there from Scotland doing it now. We're going all over the UK, and we're sitting down with various police forces. We're trying to get them to bring people to account for the crimes that have been committed by the vaccine rollouts and all these restrictions that have been taking place. Now, these are the crimes that we believe have been committed. We've got malfeasance in public office, misconduct in public office, conspiracy to commit grievous bodily harm, conspiracy to administer a poisonous and noxious substance with intent to cause serious harm and death, gross negligent manslaughter, corporate manslaughter, corruption, fraud, blackmail, murder, conspiracy to commit murder, terrorism, genocide, torture, crimes against humanity, false imprisonment, multiple breaches of the human rights, war crimes, multiple breaches of the Nuremberg Code 1947, multiple breaches of the Human Rights Act 1998, and treason. Now, these aren't offences we've just plucked up out of our hats. UK Citizen, we've got a great team of people behind us. We've got serving and retired police officers, many of them ex-CID. We've got solicitors. These are the people that have put these crimes together that have been committed. Everything's been done. We've got serving and retired CID officers that put evidence packs together that we keep building on. And we're giving them to various police forces. Now, me and my team, we're covering everywhere from North Yorkshire right up to the Scottish borders, coast to coast. One of the police forces we visited was Cumbria Constabulary. Now, we visited Cumbria Constabulary on the 19th of April in Penrith. We spoke to a PC 2829, Laura Hudson, and 2596, Steve Minikin. We showed them these crimes that have been committed. We gave them evidence to prove these crimes have been committed. We've got world-renowned experts willing to testify that these crimes have been committed. This inspector and this constable gave me the word that they would forward all that information onto Durham Constabulary's chief constable, and they would be back in touch with me within a month. 4 months yesterday, that was 4 months. Where the hell are they? Why aren't they doing anything about it? So what I'm thinking of doing, if anybody's up for it after this rally who fancies paying the local police station a visit, and we'll serve these documents again. We've got Roxanne here. Roxanne's got Escher over there somewhere, a camera lady. Let's take our little film crew with us and visit the place, which could be fun because we've done this at Durham, haven't we, Roxanne? We went to Durham Constabulary. Escher was there with the camera. This is a funny little story. Yep. Some police forces have been good with us, some have been bad. When we went to Durham Constabulary in February, we walked into their main HQ, walked up to the desk. I'd like to report a crime, please. The guy behind the desk, can you wear a mask? No, I can't. I says, number one, it's not a mandatory requirement anymore. Number two, it was never in law. All right, can you stand in the square? Point to a square painted on the floor. No, I'm a human being, I'm not cattle. I've come to report a crime. At that, he did a U-turn, walked outside, he locked us in the reception area of Durham Constabulary's HQ. That resulted in us stood there, not knowing what to do. After 5 minutes, I rang 101, so I was going to report Durham Constabulary to Durham Constabulary for false imprisonment. Funny enough, I was still waiting for like 10, 15 minutes like you always do. Good job nobody was being murdered. When two armed response officers turn up, they come running in. What's going on? Oh, morning officers, I've come to report a crime. Can I report them to you? Of course you can. Can you wear a mask? Nope. Can you stand in that square? Nope. Will you step outside? If I step outside, can I report this crime? Of course you can. Well, the thing is with the armed response, they don't intimidate me like they do a lot of people. So when we stepped outside, I actually cornered them. So they had nowhere to go. They couldn't get away from us. They did not want to take our complaint. They did not want to let me report that crime. So they had to phone somebody else up on the little radio, get them to say they'd let us report the crime. To this day, Durham Constabulary have done absolutely nothing. We've got Northumbria Police. We've been to them. We've now got Northumbria Police investigating Northumbria Police for not investigating what we give them. What has this country come to? What are we playing these police forces for? They're not police officers anymore, they're policy officers. They're there to fight for the politicians, aren't they? Not the decent ones like Kaela, but the dodgy ones we're trying to get rid of. We need to all come together and keep fighting for this. Now, that was 4 months ago we was last at Cumbria. So like I say, after this rally, we're going to go back there. Anybody that wants to come along with us, let's all go for a walk together. We might get a bit more of a response if there's quite a few people stood outside the police station when they're walking. We'll just have to see. But we all have to come together. Winston Churchill once said, if we fail, then the world failed. Including all that we have known and cared for will sink into the abyss of a dark age, made more sinister and more protracted by the lights of perverted science. Let us therefore bring ourselves to our duty. How relevant is that right now? Has it ever been more relevant than it is right now? So these are very, very dark times, and too many people are allowing a minority to take all our rights and freedoms away from us. Nobody should be forced into having injections that they don't want, especially, you know, these things aren't even proved to work, but they are proving to be killing off a lot of people and making a lot of people very, very ill. We all need to come together and keep pushing this across the whole spectrum. There's so many different organisations out there. We all need to come together as one and keep pushing it. So the question is today to everybody that's here, ask your friends as well. It's not about who you're supporting, who you're following. It's what are you actually doing. Everybody needs to do something. Because as I say everywhere I speak, alone we are strong, but together we're going to be unstoppable. Thank you.
Right, so that was Joe Langley speaking as a Front for UK Citizen. This is their banner here, ukcitizen.org. For the people, by the people, freedom at ukcitizen.org. So yeah, so far so good. As usual, it's raining in Carlisle, guys and girls.
It's not far away, so we should be used to that weather. Sing us a song. Oh, no, definitely not. Well, thanks, Joe. Anyway, I forgot to say that. Can we give a round of applause for Joe, please? Thank you.
We've got rain sound effects going on.
No, not speaking today, my darling. I have. I've travelled to speak to everybody. I'm planning on speaking to as many people as I can today, so yeah.
Literally when I see you walking up there, I thought, oh, she wasn't on the list.
No, I'm definitely looking to interview some people today, but not looking to speak.
So you'll be interviewing Kevin again like you did last time in Durham.
A few other people as well, yeah. Hopefully to get them all. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just the guy thanking me for travelling up from London. And yeah, that is really what we've really come here to do today, is to kind of sit down and specifically interview people and speak to people specifically. So yeah, it's raining though. It's not very nice weather, guys and gals. Can you see? Shout out to Asita.
Thank you, guys.
She's got a camera.
Thank you.
She's got the whole kit on. So yeah, there's a good load of people here for us to speak to. I know it might look a bit dreary, but there's quite a bit of outreach that's been done today already. They've gone through the town centre and they've done quite a bit of outreach. So yeah, we're really looking forward to speaking to the people from UK Citizen to begin with, and a couple of doctors as well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah,
much better. I was going to say much better now that we get to see your face. Rocks. Seriously, this is awesome. Great setup. Thank you. The sound is excellent.
Soaking wet. Really is wet. It's raining really quite hard. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Just for a brief moment, I'm going to go under the shelter.
There you go. Good idea.
Go on.
We've got rain sound effects.
Yeah, we have it accompanying you, so it works perfect. Well,
just bear with me a second. There's a helicopter going above ahead of.
Woo!
Got a helicopter as well now. So whatever we're doing is warranted one of those.
Ha!
Good stuff.
Yeah. Right, I'm just under the shelter for a little bit now. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, there's always that microphone is smashing it. There's always a helicopter.
Can you hear me, guys and gals?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us, Rock?
No worries, if you can hear me, we'll come back to you in a bit. For now, we're in Carlisle for the Pursuit of Freedom rally today on the 20th of August, and we will be speaking to various doctors and representatives from UK Citizen today. So I will tune back in as soon as I can, but until then we are going to be here in Carlisle for the next few hours speaking to people from UK Citizen and various doctors, and actually just people that are mulling through the town. I want to kind of understand where they're at with the situation that's going on. We're going to have a little chat with some people that are in the shopping centre and whatnot. So yeah, it should be fun. Despite the weather, it should be a lot of fun.
Awesome. We're looking forward to it. We're going to hang with you all day.
All right, my darlings. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Cool.
All right, yeah, thank you.
There we go.
That was great.
So, Roxanne has made it. And it looks, I mean, when you consider it's miserable weather up there, absolutely miserable weather, and there's people hanging around you know, with their umbrellas. I know Roxanne had her umbrella, and she left it in bloody London. She had it, and then she forgot it.
Oh.
So yeah, but
okay, well, it'll work out. Just
yeah, it's good, man. I'm really pleased because that was a really nice, clear, beautiful signal. I'm so happy that it just went really nice then.
And
really
to be able to hear that speech really clearly was great. And I just, considering the weather, I think it's a big deal that there's as many people just stopping to listen even. So this is awesome.
So
I say awesome a lot. That's so like millennial. Awesome.
I say dude.
So American. Awesome. Dude.
So yeah, but it's kind of a, you know, this is awesome, dude. That is it's still valid. It's still absolutely 100%. Awesome, dude. Absolutely
I know.
valid.
This is where we have to stop beating ourselves up. That's like one of the dumbest things to beat yourself up on, right?
So my mind has gone blank.
I was going
to go on.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. You go. Finish what
No.
you were going to say. I keep interrupting you, and then you don't. Then you forget what you're going to say because I keep interrupting you. And then it becomes this like perpetual cycle of us forgetting shit. And we're supposed to be, we can do this, Richie. We can, you know, I think we're so used to our Sunday show, and we're going to keep our Sunday show as casual as ever. And not saying that we're going to be all, but yeah, just trying to, you know, make this relevant, good information.
Every show we're going to do is going to be pretty casual. As soon as
at the end of the day, right?
In my experience in the last 4 years, every time we try and plan anything, it fucks up. Doesn't matter what it is, or you know, like it just fucks up.
And we stop stressing about how perfect it looks. And
we set a time, and it becomes impossible to start at that time. And we always end up putting it back at least half an hour.
Always.
You know, and it's like
you should just all plan on that from now on.
It's just, it kind of makes us look disorganized or whatever, but people just have to appreciate it. You got to let go of this need. You got to let go of this need for things to happen, like bang, when you want them to happen. It's like, let's just go with some divine synchronicities and timings, and just let what will be will be. I'm very, very Taoist now. I'm very Taoist.
Right.
Just go with the flow. And I know you're not. There's instances where people say you shouldn't go with only dead fish. Only dead fish go with the flow, right?
I had not heard that. It's funny.
And do you know what my answer to that is? Do you know what my answer to that is? I'm not a fucking fish.
So sometimes fish do like fall back. They don't always 100% fight it.
Salmon don't do that a lot. Salmon have this ADHD about getting to the top of the fucking river. What is that about? Like they throw themselves.
What's the ocean? Because the ocean's, you know, its own ebb and flow, and the sea creatures go with the flow there. So that doesn't really make sense.
I think they understand the flow much better.
And driftwood, dead fish and driftwood go with the flow. Sorry.
No,
okay. Anyway,
I choose to say no. I'm a human, and I'm floating on my back, and I can either float down the stream, or I can stand up and dig my feet in, or I can swim against the current.
Yeah,
it's up to me, isn't it? So, but it's actually, it just feels like anything that we try to push, there will be pushback. And if we just allow things, just allow it, dude. Right? Just allow it. You know, I am actually an ordained dude. Technically, I can marry people because I've been to university and I've got the certificate. I'm an official dude. Like, big about you.
I was about to say though, are you the? I mean, where's Callum? Are you the original dude?
Yeah, I don't know if Callum got the. I was going to say that actually. I wonder if Callum.
I'm going to apologize, Rich, because I didn't know exactly how we were going to do the show, so I did not send the invite to any of our regulars. I only sent it to
So
the Wide
what
Awake
we
Show crew.
do
I can send
is-
it right now. I can add them right now.
Yeah, do it. Like,
okay. Bernie's
it.
gonna just to get you guys all excited. Bernie's gonna try to jump on tomorrow, and I think on Sundays we might push it out as long as Richie's okay with it. Push it out later because I think sometimes that might work better for some people too.
It
I
just
think we'll fluctuate. We'll
it's just
fluctuate
people.
it.
It's like Cam. Later
Yeah, that's
means
kind of,
it's much later for Cam.
but yeah, because what's early morning for them? Like noon for us, I think. And that's 8. We could do that. We could do like 1 o'clock in the afternoon show for me and a 9 o'clock at night show for you, right? Because I mean, not always, but some days you can stay up that late.
Yeah, I mean,
we're such early
I'm not going to want to do an 8-hour. I won't be able to do an 8-hour stream if we start at 9 o'clock.
I think that's pretty rare. I mean, I've noticed that we've actually started going like we started off. We had like a 7-hour, 5. We had an 8-hour, and then we started kind of because we only can talk about the same thing so many times in a row. And what we want to do is part of this show is to also talk about. To show that we're going to start doing the work, that we're not just going to talk about it. So that's what Rox is doing today. Boots on the ground. And
boots on the ground, man.
I definitely I haven't looked recently, so I'll be honest, but I did initially try to look for I should try to see if there's probably like a flat earth Oregon, and because I was so previously like in my own.
Do you know your best bet with that?
What?
Get the app.
That Dave Weiss app.
Yeah, get the app. You have to pay for a year's
cheap.
subscription to be able to contact anybody. You have to pay a year's subscription, which
but it's
works
like
out 99 cents a month or something.
Oh, so it's like $12. I thought it was a little less
it's
than
like $11 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, $11.90.
The thing is, I know there's groups in California. So anybody who's on right now, I was going to try to go back in the chat, but I'm curious because I know of events that go on like Colorado, but a lot of it's on the East Coast. A lot of those people live over on the East Coast and meet up over there. Like North Carolina and South, I think both. I don't know for sure. Regardless. 33 watching. Illuminati confirmed.
Right,
How many times can I say that? Did you guys know I tried to post that? So I tried to post the video Richie made of that first one with all of us, and I say that in it. And it told me it was banned in 71 countries. In some of the
it didn't do that to me, which is the funny thing.
That is super funny. And then it said some of and the other thing too that's been happening to me a lot is when I try to repost Richie's videos, it tells me that I'm agreeing to the share thing. So we're officially on a list, and I am ready.
Oh, I'm officially on a list then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so am I.
Awesome. Could you screenshot that, or if you see it again? Because
it didn't say we were officially on a list. It didn't say that. I'm just saying.
It just said, "Are you sure you want to share this?"
But
yeah,
the new quote unquote campaign that's going on. And didn't this resonate out of China or something? I don't mean to get this mixed up before we start talking about it, but it might be a good segue. The People's Health Alliance. That sounds interesting. Kimmy Spreadborough. Hey, Batman. Hey, Kimmy. Hey, Jose. What's up, guys? How you doing? Alex, glad you are here this morning. Hugh, what's up?
According to the app.
In London Ground? What's the app say, yeah?
The app saying that there are two people with the app on the island. There are 2 people on La Palma with the app, and there's somebody in Gran Canaria, in Las Palmas with the app.
Interesting.
So, but if I were to go to the UK,
there's like a ton, right? UK. What about? Can you do me a favor and go to
they are
Oregon?
everywhere. It's the same in America. I was trying to work out if I could do that. If there was some way for me to, but it means I have to scroll. The map doesn't go small enough for me to.
Oh, maybe it's won't let you go because it won't let you see people over that far because it's sort of like this. That's good for privacy purposes. That's actually. I mean,
maybe I can search if I paid. If I was paying the subscription, maybe I could do it.
So you can have it without paying it, but it won't let you.
I'm not paying for a subscription now, and I can see, but I can't contact. I can't actually contact anybody, but I can see them.
Okay.
The blue dots.
You should just go run out in the street and be like, "Who's got this app?"
Well, nobody really here has got this app. I think one of those dots is actually "Who are we?"
That's awesome.
I haven't seen "Who are we" in the chat, but if you're in the chat, "Who are we?" Is one of those dots you? It used to be that you could put. You could go on to the Find Your Friends, and you could put as your name. You could put your contact details, so you didn't have to if somebody wanted to contact you, they could just see your contact details and get in contact with you. But now they've scrubbed it, so you can't enter your profile unless you've paid for the subscription.
Gotcha. So Kimmy mentioned, have you heard of the People's Health Alliance? So I'm looking that up right now. This actually looks like this is it right here. There's a couple of options. Oh, there's one called the New Forest Freedom Community. I don't know what that is, but it sounds cool. To raise funds for the People's Health Alliance. So it's all connected, I think. This sounds interesting. Definitely worth looking into.
Do you want to share the screen? Or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You don't want to hear me just describe it?
No. No, because AI has made it impossible for me to use my own imagination.
Okay, so I just saw that part. Yeah, it's just like care model. Okay, so the Organic People-Led Grassroots Organization creating an integrative healthcare model to heal, support, and empower the people of the UK. It's run by Ellwood.
To help avert ambulance failure death toll.
Yeah, I know. I just saw that. Where's Leafy? Leafy, chime in on that one for us. Oh, I need to send that invite really quick before I forget too.
Prevent rather than treat. No, that's good. Gorgeous little dog. Tell you what.
This might. What?
Just while we're here doing this, I'll
So anyway, yeah, this guy yesterday came up to me and just smacked me in the face. I was like, "What the hell did I do?" Just kidding, I had to. It's like conversations you have at a bar, right? Reasons why we don't drink anymore. Anyway, so
came up and smacked you in the face.
No, I'm kidding. That's not real. I was. Just...
right.
You're so confused. You're like, what the fuck? Nice. Okay, anyway. So the People's Health Alliance have put together an all-encompassing, simple, step-by-step guide to help empower you for better health, leading to a better daily life and a better you. Fully thrive at all levels, physically, emotionally, and mentally. It is important that we look at those parts of our lives that are out of balance and work to rebalance them. For most of us, this starts with what might seem to be simple changes, but those changes can make a huge difference, not only to our health, but also to an understanding of what supports our health, and importantly, restores a feeling of being in control. This step-by-step programme is designed so that, I did that on purpose, shut up, so that each phase builds on the previous phase, depending on where you are in your health journey. You might want to begin with phase 1 and work from there. If you have already incorporated aspects of phase 1 in your life, you might want to add to that, or move directly to phase 2. The optimization programme includes how to avoid stress, and it will introduce relaxation techniques and meditation. That sounds exactly like what we want to do. How to improve your digestion through balanced diet. When to introduce the right supplements to aid in reducing stressors or inflammatory processes, and importantly, aid in boosting your immune system. And how to improve your overall health. We wish you well in your journey. This is cool though. I don't mean to read it all sarcastically, I'm just having fun. So I would recommend maybe checking this out. I'll put this in there. And I would also recommend, and I'll do more research on this too. This might be somebody we want to even do an interview with. So I will actually make a new folder for that exact reason. But yeah, we'll just rock out in the meantime. It'll be regular. So that's one thing actually is I will encourage actually, like, I think that a huge part of, we have this medical side that we want to bring in, but we also understand the importance of like music and art in that way, and like what kind of frequency goes into that and what kind of releases you have for that as well. So I do feel like that's kind of a unique thing from our end, is that that'll probably be a very important part, especially with the music aspect of it, and like actually getting us all to sing together, and like so that we express together but teach each other how to properly sing. And it's sort of that philosophy of shaking it out, shake it all out.
Be really nice to get sort of simple songs, simple life affirming, that sort of gospel like,
yeah, definitely.
There's no denying that the energy that's behind sort of gospel choir, whereas women singing, I love it.
That's why I do feel like, I know there's like maybe some thoughts that harmony is maybe a bad word, but I'm not sure on that. I think maybe harmony in the sense that once they've skewed the frequency, but like true harmony, if whatever that means, maybe it's a different word, whatever. But you know what I mean? If there's something to that, because we've all felt it. I'm
not on board with harmony being. Maybe the word is bad, but the thing is not.
Yeah.
Maybe we're using the wrong word to describe it. Maybe they've given us completely the wrong word to describe it. But the thing itself, where frequencies resonate at particular points, that thing, because I've always loved harmonies. I've always loved finding harmonies, harmonics, all of that. It's been a important part of music.
That a cappella, when all of a sudden there is music playing, and then you get that beautiful harmony. Rox sent us a video, so I want to share this. Oh, Sorry, Rich, can you do that? It's in Signal. I just realized I'm not going to have sound if I do it. I'm sorry. And I'm going to take a quick pee break. We are an hour in, so this is your reminder, everybody, to
1 hour
stretch.
in.
Let's take a quick break, and then when we come back, we can watch that video with Rox. Does that sound good?
Yeah. I was actually going to...
I was going to play this, too. Did you? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to play our little intermission video. 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Do you want to do that? Do you want to do a stretch thing?
Oh, yeah. So everybody, real quick. Kind of show myself a little more. Okay. Up above your head, and you can usually feel it. Like if you start to push your arms back a little bit like this, but only go as far as you can tolerate. Once you feel that good quote unquote pain, if you know what I mean, you know, when you hit that point in your stretch, and if you push it too far, you might pop something out of place. So you want to push it to that point where it feels good, but you're working some things. So you can almost stretch, and it's sort of like meditation. You can almost stretch any way you want. Like it's like Reiki too. What feels right to you? What placement? But I do a lot of like.
You know where you feel stiff. You know where you feel stiff and where.
Use
like,
this.
where you can't move. I need a damn good massage, man.
Oh. Oh yeah, just
definitely
imagine right now. Imagine like me right now with my thumbs just right up in that shoulder blade area, right in here, right where it gets real tight, and right up into the neck. So remember that you can sort of envision like somebody's like massaging you and getting into these areas that are really bothering you. But like whenever I massage somebody, I always end up going into the shoulder blades, and I take my thumb. My mom always goes, Sarah, give me that thumb of yours. Because I'll just get in there. And then once I loosen her up, because sometimes I have to really loosen her up, then I'll get into her knots that sit right in the shoulder blade right here. And she can feel it. And I rub it up against the bone because I'm
nodules.
It's built up of
bloody
fluid.
horrible they are. Nodules.
So, and I'm breaking them up, and I'm releasing it. It's the best feeling too when you feel one release. It's like ooh, and it just takes over your whole body. Okay,
all right.
We're
just going to take a quick break. Grab yourselves some coffee and roll a doobie and all that sort of stuff. We will be back in a number of minutes, undetermined as to how many so far at the moment.
In this life what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like hoodoo. I do find I still have a talent to stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I've thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10 I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully that hasn't unjinxed.
until I'm finished with mine. I used to be mad at the government, redirected some of my anger towards the mothership, trying to guess which shell living hell sleeps under when the grand scheme plan keeps all these people wondering why we still running in place, frustrated. Pride is mistaken for hate, it's upgraded. I got a little breath left, less suffocated. Pointed the epiphanies and call them all drug related. The time I spent with my life on bent, trying to find the friends inside my head. Must have disengaged every phase and stage of my I'm coming of age. My unofficial auto-bio will be accompanied with tips on how to smile, cause I found that when they don't see you frown, they never know that you're a threat and they don't sweat you when you come around. So who's gonna be my next door savior? Step up to your neighbor and do me a favor. Take off the mask, let it all collapse. Empty the pack and watch your wings grow back. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. Society becomes jealousy, intimacy becomes intensity. Say it with a smile like it's meant to be, and all of a sudden, boom, American family. And I can tell when you're mad at your past, because you tend to take them turns just a little too fast. I can tell how you push your foot on the gas, that you already knew that you was gonna finish last. Slow it down and take a little time to look up at them clouds with the fake silver lining. Up in a tree knowing damn well you'll never reach the top, but you don't stop, you keep climbing. Well, okay, it's settled. No more nights in this weed and thorn infested metal. From this day forth, only forward I pedal. Get the memo, I'm cutting the strings to pedal. Shuffle the cards and let's argue. Rooted in between the computer games and cartoons. Stop and watch us all get lost between God and a shot of scotch. Let's get fly. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine. They want us to fight, they just wanna get high. Work all day, all night, trying to get fly. When I get some money, I'ma buy me some time. I can't fight your war until I'm finished with mine.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. Big puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. Resist!
So apparently we did the intro again. Wait. It's not complete until you have the long delayed. Oh, the volume's all the way down. So that kind of ruined it. Hold on. Wait. No, it's not going to play now.
It's a bit hard to get the timing of that exactly on when it stops playing the video, and that would be the perfect. We'll be able to do that. Be able to do that. It's on a loop. You'd be able to do that with OBS. And I looked at OBS and getting a virtual camera. It doesn't support Mac. I can't do it with the Mac because I can't get the VB cable that you need. You need a virtual cable, and it's not supported by Macintosh. So.
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. Because I was about to say that once Kevin gets back on in his setup, then he like I told you, he was messing around with that, and I thought he could potentially help us figure it out. But if you can't use it, then there's no point, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just picking at that quite frankly, because I love quite frankly. I've been listening to him.
Oh yeah, I haven't listened to everyone, but I've been starting to listen to him again, or not again. I didn't know who he was.
Do you know what? I like his voice. I think he's got a really good. He's got a really good radio voice.
He's got good energy. He's got
yeah. There is a good energy. And I've seen him. He did a little 5-minute video with his daughter, Aurora.
Oh no! Oh.
And he was in the studio making some music, and so he decided to just do a quick hi. And she was sat on his lap, and she's only 2, I think, so she doesn't really have a vocabulary yet, but she can make noises. And she was pushing he's got it all set up, hasn't he? So he's got his pad set up, so that he pushes a button and it comes in with a little GIF or a quick sound bite, funny video or something.
Yeah.
I want to get that set up.
The one thing I was thinking, do you think he sets himself up? And then he only looks a little bit because he has it so he never looks at himself.
Yeah.
Because how it's so, and I do a good job. It's really helpful when you have somebody else.
I hate looking at myself.
I agree. It doesn't mean though that you probably you catch yourself. You can't help it, but it makes a huge difference for me to be able to focus.
I spend the whole time looking at the other people. If I look at myself, every time I catch myself, I just think, you handsome bastard.
Yeah.
I'm only lying. I'm really not that facetious.
Ooh,
I'm really not that facetious. But I'm loving my new cut.
Yeah, that is nice.
So it really does. It feels like I've had a shave. There's no itching or anything. It's just nice. It feels like, but I like to have a shave. I like to feel like I've had a shave, but I also like a little bit of hair there. But only while I'm single. That's the funny thing as well. Only while I'm single, because when I've always, whenever I've been in a relationship, I didn't have hair on my face, and then when I got in 2019, I got together with that. 2020. Early 2020, I got together with that girl from Liverpool, and I didn't like it. I didn't like kissing as much with this hair on my face, because I could feel it, I was aware of it, and all I was thinking was, man, that'd be disgusting. My lips are hair,
No, we only don't like it when it's prickly. As a female, we like beards. I mean, I do. I don't. Maybe there's female who don't at all. But
interesting. Does your father?
I don't. I definitely. Yeah. And like my ex, when he would shave,
Strange, any girl that I've met that likes men with beards, their fathers always have a beard. That's strange.
Well, I'm also definitely attracted to a mountain man type look a little bit. Not gonna lie. So
I think my philosophy on that is basically if your dad was a good role model and you know you were close to your dad, that's what you look for in a man.
Reggie, if you met my dad, you know exactly why. I'm his little like daddy. I'm daddy's little girl because and my mom gets annoyed because I defend him all the time. I'm like, oh, just leave him alone. Because he's such a good dad. He's amazing.
Does he still wear the trousers though, or does your mum wear the trousers?
I think the plane is actually evening, and I think me living with them is forcing it to even out. It's kind of interesting. But I would say in the past it was, yeah. But maybe I also, the one thing that I'm echoing really bad, by the way. I don't know if everybody else can hear it, but maybe it doesn't bother it. Yeah. Can you hit your echo thing again? Sometimes I feel like you have to do that every once in a while, and then it works.
What's that?
But there we go. It's gone.
I don't know what you're talking about, darling. What are you talking about?
Shh, I'm crazy. It's all in my head.
Okay.
What I was saying.
Oh, there it is. I'm trying to find my fucking lighter. Well, listen, ladies and gents, for those of you that have been really patient waiting around while we just sit here and talk gaff, basically, we're waiting for Roxanne. No. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot.
No, you're okay. And there's more video. And I was about to shut you up anyway and say, let's move forward. But it doesn't hurt. This is us. This is what we were saying. You come here for kind of an all-in-one, you know. We're going to be somewhat professional, somewhat
that's
funny.
all you really need
Thank
to
you.
do. And to live your lives.
This is Kevin Corbett.
Dr. Kevin Corbett.
As human beings with inalienable rights, God-given in my view, not given by government or some phony politician, but God-given, given to you, inalienable rights, not down to any scientist or any expert, and to keep doing what you're doing, to love one another, and to not buy into the division and hate that there is out there, and to keep going. That's my message to you today.
There's that one, and then there's this one.
What the public health authorities are telling you. This is very important. If the last 2 years have shown us anything, it is that you cannot believe what the public health or any medical health authority or any government agency is telling you. You cannot take it at face value. So if they tell you there's a monkeypox outbreak, you need to think that's possible, but let's look at the evidence for that. And you have an entitlement to do that. Don't take any data at face value, question it. And if the government tells you this group are to blame or that group are to blame, they're spreading it, they're doing this, you know that that is not correct. You know that that's about creating division, that's about creating hate.
Is there no sound?
No, I can hear sound. I think we're okay. She's saying, Alex is saying not the sound. She's talking about the description of the police or something. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're good. Oh, I can't hear you now. You muted yourself.
Bloody hell.
We need to put a carnival, like, sound blip in with all these. We think we have cheeky monkeys. We are the cheeky monkeys.
Absolutely. But also,
Yeah. Hey, Biz Woofer, welcome. I haven't seen your name before, but that's exactly what this is. You know,
Biz
we want to
Woofer,
have serious conversations, but we're not here to be like super hardcore about. I don't want to be this way. I want to be real and authentic. There we go. Yeah, we need to upload that so we have that handy.
oh, yeah, that's it, old man. Yeah, that's it, old man. Oh, my name's Greville. You like that, pops?
Bottle down.
That's
Put the bottle down, Johnny.
Huh?
Put the bottle down, Johnny.
I love that. Yeah, so we are waiting for Rox.
Come on back, but let's keep chatting about what we were talking about before too. And I'm sorry that we didn't get into the chat when we were talking about it, but like, you know, I know that it does feel. I still feel like doing what they're doing today is important, even while we need to be making steps. And this is all my personal opinion. You can do whatever the fuck you want, because I'm not here to force anybody to do anything. If it vibes with you, it vibes. But I think it's a good time to maybe put a vision out there, not to put. This is sort of like when you want. This is the concept of like wanting money. You don't seek out the money. You don't visualize ever how much. You might envision it. You might see, you know, bars of gold or something like that if you want. But
£1 gajillion.
They always say, you know, don't put a big stipulation. It's
sort of on it.
And this is a balance. And I wanted to say that too with the stretching is you can do whatever kind of stretching you want, but try to make sure you do balance yourself if you can. And so it goes all coincides like Reiki, you know, it's all about not focusing. I can't. Oh,
can you smell that?
Oh, this is nice.
I can hear a fire. I can hear a fire burning.
I mean, I got soaked, so inside.
So now we've got the fire burning. Do you like that, people? We have the fire burning in the background. Now
want some more coffee.
I actually haven't made any more coffee yet. I need to do that.
I'll make some more coffee.
I've only got one serving left.
Guys, it is going to be. That's also the reason why it's going to be more casual, because this is going to be it could be a longer day. So expect plenty of.
I love the fact you've got a bloody cafetiere sat there with a, you know, to fucking hot coffee in your thermos. Love it.
Yeah, I gotta have it ready to go. So in this,
I have to make mine fresh on the hob. I don't have a decent thermos. Do
you want to go? Do you want to go put some hot water on, and I'll ask some questions and chat with the chat until you come back.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that while we're waiting for Rox.
Yeah,
and
we should go put some hot water on, and I'll
And have you sent invites to?
No. Okay, then you talk to the chat really quick and let me send that. I don't think they're going to be available. It is a little early. Well, it's not early for.
I don't know. I think
it's late for Cam right now.
Yeah, it's too late for Cam, but I think it's like 10 o'clock in the morning for Bernie.
You want to know what's funny? Is I had our calendar set on Australian Western time, which I think is Karina's time, or that's Cam's time.
Western is Perth. That's Cam.
Yeah. Well, and that's I guess because I created a calendar for him, and it's set, and that might have been why. I don't know though, because I created our calendar first, so whatever.
See, you thought we were disorganized. We're not disorganized because we have this beautiful lady here is really, really organized. That's how we know for certain that we're getting fucked with. Because otherwise, it'd be like that. It'd be snappy. Like start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Bang, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'd be starting. You know, it's just I'm getting fucked with, man.
Well, but it's not about that either. It's also like part of our journey. And I think what I realized, Richie, is master builders, we had to actually, what sucks to me is like, I feel so fortunate. I wonder, I must have had a shit life in my past life or something.
I think what it is everybody is where they need to be.
I agree with that. But it's also about like how you come to realize your spirituality path as a master builder. And you and I both had to go through shit so we could see through it and see what the true purpose was on the other side. And I think that's why we've connected, especially on my end, because and now understanding that, it's like, oh, now I have somebody who kind of understands me.
Callum's joined us.
Hey, Callum, I was about to send you a link. Well, let me do this right now.
If you're free, Callum, to hop on the panel, and
oh no,
we don't want to fill the panel up too quick, because obviously we're waiting for Rox to come in with some more stuff from Carlisle. But depending on the time, you know, maybe in an hour or so, depending on what's happened, we can bring some more, you know, and Alex can join us.
Yeah. And I'm sending right now.
I'm just going to put some water on, make some coffee. I'm going to leave you on the lonesome in the treehouse while I go and do this.
Callan, I'm sending you a link if you have time. It'd be awesome.
See you momentarily.
Sure. That I put in one more person, and then I will look at you all and the camera. Awkward, not looking at you. Okay, guys. So I wanted to kind of get back to like what we were talking about. I want to feel out what others want to do. I'm like distracted trying to pay attention if I did that right just now. And I did, Callum, I did send you the other reoccurring invite, so you should have that. And I'm also going to Skype it just in case. Okay. Okay. Oh, hey, Kevin. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? I don't normally talk like that, but a little bit. I kind of grew up around that brosive thing, and I had more guy friends than girlfriends, kind of a thing. I actually have never dated a woman, if that's what you think I was implying there. Not that that matters, because there's nothing wrong with that. I have contemplated it, though. But the consensus came out, could not do it. Just wasn't attracted to them in that way. The women are beautiful. And I've said that about M. M, you're gorgeous. Alex, you're also very gorgeous. Yeah. So, there you go. There's only two women I'm talking about, I guess. Okay. I think we're set. Let me know. I need to do this. But I want to know what I was talking about before with your plans. Just visions. What do you guys want to see? So let's pretend we just start building these communities and it starts happening in the next 6 months and there's really no impedance on it. We're all able to kind of separate, claim sovereignty. Some of us are able to start it. So you're able to just jump in. Is that what you want? Do you want to be able to have it like that? But let's say that's not the option, actually. So we could have like a dual question here. Let's say you don't have that opportunity and you have to do it yourself. What would you do if it had to all come down to you? Let's do that question first. And Cal, now I'm sending you the Skype link. Or not Skype, through Skype. You get it. What's up? Kevin has been through the ringer lately, and he was with us last week and explained that he had gotten some help. So he's still getting some repairs done on the car. But hopefully that's all looking on the up and up, and I hope your other situations are as well. Yes, the fire crackling, by the way, is a sound effect that Richie put behind. Do you guys... Here, how about we listen to this little... Switch it up. It wasn't, to be honest, it was kind of getting to me a little bit. It was a little loud. Speed. If you haven't noticed, we've been playing a lot of music from Lifesavers, but that was a combination album, and that's what part of this is from, with a whole bunch of good artists, and I can read them off to you one day, but it's like Gift to Gabs in there. I think All J, or not All J. All J is that alternative guy. It's somebody else, and I'm not thinking of the name right now, but there's a bunch of, if you're from the US, if you know of early 2000s hip-hop, then you know what I'm talking about. You know, this is just, we're going to use this for a video coming up. So I have this playing, and then it's like as a countdown, and then it was going to go into the delayed, obviously adjusted Thunder Boom, Thunder Crack. So, you like that? You can time with Sarah. The other thing I wanted to explain, because I don't think I've ever really said this before. So Esra, if you've ever seen that, and it's so sweet how many times people don't want to say the name or anything because they're concerned about saying it wrong, but it's just Esra, so it's just like my nickname. I've often gone by nicknames throughout my life. Usually I don't get, most of the time I'm not called Sarah, but because I'm newer to this crew, and I forget that, is like every time I come into a new group of friends, I'm always Sarah for a very long time. Usually that changed. We'll see, but maybe not. I did some interesting research on my name too. And it's like, it's like if there's any truth to like there being, aw, that's so mean. Oh, okay, well, you can just leave. We're waiting for her, so hopefully she's coming back. But thank you for your commentary. I'm glad you felt that was important. So yeah, that's my name. So the people who know me and appreciate me, it's Esra, which is like friends. Just like one of my friends calls me S Face, and then I had nicknames based on my last name most of my life. So. Anyway, we're waiting for Richie to come back. He's getting some coffee. We are going to kind of be doing an all-day talkathon. Maybe not all day, but we're going to be hanging out as long as possible because we are going to be on and off with Rox for the Pursuit of Freedom rally, which is happening in Carlisle today. There is quite a bit of rain, and if you had tuned in earlier, you might have been able to watch some video of some of this already. So we had Dr. Kevin Corbett. We'll play that video again later, too. Speaking, and then it kind of started to downpour on them. So I think they're also waiting it out a little bit, and so we're hoping to stay on so that we can help with the conversation. So, okay, well, I'd like to ask specifically what you want to talk about with that. I'm not like the number one person to go into a lengthy conversation, but I have a million questions. So maybe if somebody wants to answer my questions, we could do that. I did just see a video I wanted to watch because I'm still learning some of the concepts behind it. But I wanted to learn about what their thought are on the tides. And I know that we've been told the moon influences all this, but we've also been told the moon influences a lot of what we're doing. Regardless, there is some kind of ebb and flow, and we've talked about that women run on the cycle. So it's like, you know, what is that? You know, if we're made of water, what is pushing that water? Is it just that toroidal field? Is it that magnetic pull? So I love to talk about anything like, especially on that side of it, because that's my background. If you are new to me, I'm my background in the medical professional is sleep health. I used to run sleep studies, and then I was actually a clinical sleep educator and used to have to give results and then provide follow-up therapy throughout some time. Usually, though, I didn't have to deal with patients very long. But the interesting thing about my career was that I used to teach a lot of alternative health. I used to teach a lot of breathing techniques to try to get patients to look at a way of getting actually off of the machines that they're often putting people on too. So that's a huge part of it. But so anyway, nobody really, I'm not sure if Callum is jumping on here in a minute or two, but I hadn't seen if anybody had responded to my question about, let's just say, like, I want to know right now, like, if you had lost all connections, if all connections were immediately removed and you were left on your own in your own little community, what's like the first thing you would do? And especially in pushing the truth or in helping, helping like that community get to a point where maybe you want to be now. And see, that's my thing right now. I want to talk about moving forward. I'm happy to talk about the science and talk about like breaking things open. I think it's important to actually, if you want to wake people up, it's also important that you need to break down the narrative that's been played. So you kind of have to start back in some way and then build up to this. And that's my opinion, because that was also my pathway. And I've seen a lot of people I know not want to even open up their ears because certain words or certain things are thrown at them. And so I want to talk about, like, well, what do we do from here? Like, I don't just, there's a point where, and it's still good. I still want to listen to this stuff, but I think there's a point where we need to push forward. Yep. Grow food. And we definitely need full, you're muted, Richie. We definitely need full exploration of as much as we can. But I also, right now, wonder if we have the ability to, but it'd be amazing if we could get Richie, I can't hear you. Coming back.
Bloody idiot. So yeah, I just wonder why it's so impossible for people to consider the possibility that there isn't a shape to the earth, that there's, it's not. Why do you have to put these parameters on it? Why does it have to have any parameters? Why can it not just be a realm where pretty much anything's possible? If you get enough people feeling and thinking something, then it becomes real. If you haven't heard of Jason Brashears and looked into it's the simulacrum, his theory about the simulacrum and AIX, and the Phoenix event and all of that. If you haven't heard of that, then I'd highly suggest going and checking his channel out, because he gives a brilliant explanation as to why some people think the world's a globe and some people think the earth is flat, and how both can be possible at the same time. And I argue exactly the same thing, that everything's possible. Whatever your perception of the earth is, that's your perception of the earth. But that doesn't mean that your perception of the earth is everybody's perception of the earth. And it doesn't mean that it needs to be either, because you're entitled to have your perception of the earth and the universe around it, which creates one version, which is your version. It's your movie that you're living. It's from your perspective. You'll never, ever, ever see the world through my eyes, because you're not me, and vice versa. So it's absolutely possible. It's not just possible, it is. It's a fact that in your reality, the earth is one way, and you're trying to find the parameters for it. You need to find, where's the edge of the earth? Where's the, what's going on? Are we flying through space, or are we in water, or what is it? But in my version, in my reality, the way I've come to terms with everything, this is literally, this is a realm. And it's an observably flat realm, and it's limited only by our perception, by our collective perception. because as an individual, we can only project our perceptions so far. It only reach. I can't, through my perception, actually affect things in America. It's going to affect things closer to me much more. So, and that's why a collective perception, the more people closer together are perceiving the same thing, the more that reality solidifies, because there's so many people within this realm where we're all creators. We all have the right to create our own reality, and we can either have those realities, those realities coexisting and have diversity like that, with all these different realities, everybody accepting that your reality is a little bit different to mine. I wonder what your reality is like. It might be fun, let's perceive the world to be a fucking square for a bit. That might be fun. We're on the top of a cube. I remember when I was a child, I used to imagine that, I think it was because of Inner Space. The opening scene to Inner Space, where you think you're in space and then it turns out that you're actually in the ice cubes of a drink that's about to be served, and it's like, and this idea.
Yeah, that one. What's the
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? The end of that, where it pulls out.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it turns out we're just we're a ball being played with on a field by some aliens. That kind of thing.
From like marbles being. I can hear myself again with that echo.
Yeah, I think it's hang on.
Oh yeah, Rob Wackelman, definitely. And Tania, if I didn't say hi. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
Yeah, hi, Tanya. Hi.
Oh, Tanya, I'm sorry. I never know how to say it. Yeah, 100%. And we need to talk about Photoshop, and that's why I thought it was really good with to at least have that comparison or look at all those images that Cam had. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I like this one.
I know I do with our setup. I do like that. But Cam's show, not about the airships, but last night with Dave, and they got into the AI generator. See, can I not be like? Am I a little less boring because I make funny faces? You probably okay. Anyway, so what Cam was getting at and Dave, to me, was like, if those images can be created, and there has been technology this whole time, and there isn't some truth to that, then I mean, this is why I brought up the industrial light and magic, because interestingly, I have a new neighbor, and I found out that he retired, and his entire career was working. So he worked with George Lucas. This guy lived right fucking behind me, right? And I just thought, oh wow, this is fascinating to think about the kind. And I have a book, actually, I forgot I got from a friend, because I was going to film school. I don't need to open it right now, but that goes all into lighting and effects and everything, and how you create the image you're looking for. So, I just you have to wonder. It's an interesting idea that maybe this AI thing's been around and they've been able to generate these images, or we know this holographic concept. I mean, you've seen that slowed down show up of the plane going into the tower. And
and the thing is as well. Right, with what it was doing for Dave, I'm fully prepared. I'm fully prepared to believe that actually their capability is much better. That AI was fantastic, but that's the one that they're showing us. The one that they're not showing us is indistinguishable, and it could be where half of these pictures are coming from. For the bloody mud floods, all these pictures that we've never seen before, highly detailed. They might be coming from AI. It might be a whole library of pictures that were developed by AI and then chucked into that thing. We don't know. We can't We can't verify.
Tell me how, if you can tell me, I'm going to pull up some images right now so you can see what I'm talking about. You can tell me how this was done. Then, I think then, then I guess we can explain that what we're talking about isn't relevant or real. What is more relevant or real anymore nowadays, but interlocking blocks, Pumapunku. This is Bolivia. That's interesting.
Are they there? These ones, I don't know if they're. How do they interlock? Where do they interlock?
You see, there's like here. Let me show you. There's like a. My brother was like quizzing me like crazy. This is from the same. This is all the same. So see, they show it from a different angle, and there's like pieces that that they showed a top piece too, so you can see. This is part of it though, like that's what you're seeing, I believe, right here, if I remember. They did show this in Ancient Aliens, by the way. Not that gives it credibility.
I've seen interlocking stones, but I'm just wondering about those big H ones. If they interlock with each.
Do you see now, kind of based on the pictures I showed you, this is like a model of how they see, like one piece goes into the back of because of the way it's set. You see that now, kind of. I remember I was trying to look up images in there.
Have they found any walls? If they found any walls that are built like that? Yeah, because it seems like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like,
what that seems like is a load of this idea was pumped out, but they haven't actually constructed anything with it.
Yeah, doesn't this just look like random pieces like set?
Yeah.
But then what the hell is it?
There's no buildings. There's no surviving.
Explain what that is. Then does that mean that like all the Greek ruins were just set there too? Because to me, that's what that would mean. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. This is supposed to be the other side of the world from where all this technology existed. It doesn't make any sense either way. So either it's fake, it's real, it's somewhere in between. Who knows? Look at Samaria, Pumapunku. This is the kind of thing you've seen everywhere, though. You see this comparison of from one side of the world to the other side of the world. They're slightly different, but they have similar symbols and similar styling. This is a little different, obviously, that kind of a thing.
People might be sat there wondering why we're looking at this, but the whole point is because they're not telling us, they're lying to us about everything. And so this Pursuit of Freedom rally is there talking about how they're lying to us about the procedures that they're trying to put us through,
and our entire
procedures that without informed consent.
Yep, and our entire health system in general, like what it was built on.
The reason we trust these people, like this is all, or basically the people that are giving us these stories about this place have been proven to be lying about everything else. So and then we get back to perception and how that affects the way we perceive the world around us. Yeah, Paul Cook, Brian, Paul Cook, I watched that, making geopolymer, making a geopolymer mix. Really strong, incredibly strong, very effective way. I'd be interested to know why you wouldn't build with it, because you're saying I wouldn't build with it. And I'm not thinking, well, why not? It's waterproof, fireproof, and rock solid. Why wouldn't you build with it? It would take some, that would take some mixing and so, like, imagine how many bricks you'd need to build a house. How much of that geopolymer mix you'd need to do that. I just wonder if this is a subject for a different stream, perhaps.
Yeah, I could save it. I just found this video, so now I'm going to save this video. So there you go. Okay. Anyway, just wanted to, I don't know why I brought that up, but.
So, Tanya, everything has been misrepresented because they know that it's all about the way we perceive things. So they've been frantically trying to control the way we perceive. So they controlled the way we perceive the world by indoctrinating us through school. And then after that, as the narratives are breaking down and the truth is coming out, they're doing their best through censorship and cancelling, this cancel culture and everything. It's to basically stifle the published outcry against the reset of the narrative, because it's just that they're just doing what they did before. They're just resetting the narrative to create a new paradigm, political,
Give that video loaded up
cultural.
of the book, of the rewriting of the history, because that's such a good example. I think you do. Put it in here. Not the Jamie Johnson one, but the you know what I mean. The what's his name? I forgot his name already. But the textile heir.
Oh God. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Like, so that brings us. So the other day I was talking about pathocracy and pinerology, and that's talking about all the people that have got to the top. You're just gonna have to bear with me 1 second. I'm just gonna have to. You're just gonna have to give me 1 second, and I'll finish what I was saying. But I have to just pop outside just for 1 second.
All right, no problem. So I'll take over again, but I don't want to bore anybody. I'm just kidding. I'll let that go. I'm serious. I'm making myself so clear.
I'll tell you what we could do. Hang on.
I know I can always play video. It's okay. I can take it from here. Go do with what you gotta do. I can handle this.
Yeah, I was going to say you could play that Jamie Johnson video. Because
I will.
basically it's just talking about where all the wealth is. Like
Yeah.
what I'm talking about is where all the wealth is and where all
Well,
the
and
control is.
actually, that's a good way for me to talk about kind of my background. So, like, I'm a big follow the money, and that's kind of how it started for me. That's how I woke up, because I was constantly questioning that anyway, and it always to me was like so ridiculous how we never were holding people accountable for very specific things. Like, we constantly have child slave labor in so many of these companies, and that's like my big thing with Trump, just saying that, like, yeah, it looks all peachy and shiny and pretty, but at the end of the day, they all supported that and they knew what they were doing. So there was something else I was going to say that I got distracted because he laughed. So more or less, we just need to, I think, analyze. I think that's one of the best ways to wake other people up too, is once you start dropping the follow the money information, it's hard for people not to see it. And one of the things that, every time my dad was always, and it's actually decreased significantly, but he would always, his favorite term is republicards. And then his thing constantly to go to is to say, like, if you look back in history, if you look at the bills that were set, if you look at who signed off on what and who released what, and you're going to see that this is how it's always been the whole time. In my mind, I'm immediately like, this is the narrative. That's exactly how they want you to see it. And what I said to him is like, the problem though is that not only is there just weird crap going on behind the scenes that we know about that just keeps getting swept under the rug and it all ends up coming about money, but also losing that train of thought again. Damn it, Richie. Just kidding. You don't blame anybody for anybody. It's all my own shit. It's part of me building my confidence with doing this. So I realized, like, I got thrown off a little bit. And so I'm trying to, get that groove going, which will get better and better and better. But I normally don't talk by myself. This is very unusual for me. And it definitely, like, I know how Richie feels about it now. I very much understand that kind of nerve-wracking feeling you get a little bit when you're totally by yourself. Because there's also this expectation to maybe keep a flow going. But by myself, I talk to myself all the freaking time. Unplug the jukebox and do yourself a favor. What does that mean? What jukebox, Brian? I mean, it sounds nice, but I don't. Yeah. Let's go through the comments here, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, Alex. Yeah. Here's the post office. I don't understand what that means. Can you explain that a little bit more for me, Alex? I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm not as swift, you know? We've talked about this. You're linguistic. You okay,
The
Rich?
revolution will not be televised. Absolutely, man.
You know, I hope I make you laugh, Alex, because I like to laugh at myself, and that's part of hopefully what I bring to the show. That's what I realize. I am, as much as I try not to be, I'm a goonball. Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
I think it's very, very important.
Not really. I mean, to be honest with you, it's kind of weird to me how natural this actually all feels, but it's just weird to be by yourself in front, and so I'm not
on a camera. It's
all.
horrible, isn't it? Isn't it fucking horrible?
I'm not going to say it's horrible, Richie, but I'm so not used to it. I have no flow. Like, guess what's going to happen after this? I'm going to think everything through, like, you know, after this to be like, okay, when this happens again, these are your go-tos. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I have enough to talk about, and then there's the chat. Like, guys, how you doing? And everybody else is like dipped out. Okay, but hear me out. We'll put this interview together later to make an interesting compilation. And those of you that enjoy hanging out with us for the afternoon, we're really glad you're here. Right, Rich? You okay?
Ask Richie, he gets it. Ask Richie what?
Ask Richie what? What are you looking at? Oh, right there. Alex. Oh, she said this, and I did not get it.
Don't keep email address to have to go to post office.
Oh wait, maybe this is what you're supposed to know?
Hang on. But it won't be a revolution, it will be a spirolution.
You know what that is, probably? Yes, it will. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, spiral up.
So we're still, instead of, I mean, I don't like revolution because I don't like the idea that it's just going to go around and come around again. But I like the idea of revolting the system, right? Doing the putting new energy in, revolting it, putting new energy into it. That's not going to be stolen.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I might have already put this
Localized dissonance is the only way leaders can convince its citizens to war against others. I saw actually something that was interesting. Ian Crossland on Timcasts was saying about how he fantasized about everybody wanting to kill him and how long he could survive for. And I just thought to myself, there's going to be quite a lot of people that are thinking like that. And it's just interesting and it's sad that people would go there. Instead of going to, imagine what the world would be like if everybody liked and loved and trusted each other and would never ever hurt one another. You know, imagine if we lived in a world where nobody would ever hurt you or want to hurt you. The only thing anybody ever wants to do and the only thing you want to do is help everybody else. And so we live in this symbiotic, you know, but...
Well, I do feel like there has to be, this has to be an extreme, what we're going through right now, like where the world went to. Because there's such a disconnect, and people have been feeling that for so long, the disconnect with others that's missing. And I do think there's a connection to the whole burying our dead 6 feet under, and when we started putting them in this certain types of coffins, maybe not the 6 feet specifically, but well, maybe, I don't know for sure. Anyway, and that disconnect with spiritual self and that disconnect with your ancestry. So then therefore when you reproduce, you were like completely disconnected. So I feel like the duality got worse and worse and worse. And if there's any truth to that, and then that, so we're at this convergence right now where the bubble has to burst. There has to be some kind of rebound.
Well,
and we're going to we are going to be on a really kind of, things are going to be more like that, but then it's going to slowly creep back, right? Like if there's any truth to this cycle, if you're doing that kind of,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
We live in so the world is really dualistic. It's polarized, and maybe that's the whole point, because that's the way they've had to create it. That's the way they've had to make it in order to be able to, for energy to be created the way they want it, so that they can steal it. And that is this combative, dualistic, polarized, left versus right thing. Maybe the split to the new world is going to be, maybe in the new world, instead of yin and yang, this dividing line in between the yin and yang, that's what splits it or dissolves, and then it becomes a beautiful pearl. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like it fractures into these different.
So there's the duality. It is no longer, but then
as dualistic. Like but then it will flow back. Do you know what I'm saying? Like or maybe it does. Yeah, it'll flow back, and at certain points maybe it's really intense as far as like years or time goes. Other times it's shorter, and then maybe it feels like these time chunks move. But sometimes it feels like they connected, so it feels longer, but it's really time cube.
You look out your window and you see someone sleeping in your yard, so you pull out extra plates and invite them for breakfast.
Well, yeah. Invite them into the treehouse.
Instead of doing what most people would do, which is either open the window and scream, "Who the hell are you, calf my land?" Or take out a gun or some sort of weapon. What are you doing? Take that off.
I'm still here. Just 1 second.
But I like to think, in a different way. Not everybody's against me. That everybody wakes up and realizes, like, imagine going out onto the street and, like, tomorrow morning, I go out on the street and every single person that I pass is happy to see me. And, and it's like, "Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you." And it would be weird as fuck. But imagine if that's what, and it was sincere as well. If it was actually sincere, it wasn't fake or a mask. It was genuine sincerity behind the inquiries and the greetings and everything.
With less duality, there would be less need to be somebody you're not, because you can't hide it. It's sort of like how we know now, and that's the other thing. It's like, oh my God, the telepathy thing. It's like, I'm to the point now where I'm being very cautious, but for a good reason. It's like all in good, and if anything, I'm just changing everything to positive thought. Yep, yin and yang, man. I can't help but say that. And this is the only reason I ask about that with the flat earth model that has come about, and we don't even need to get into the details because we all know we're not putting a label on it.
It's a model. It's a model. Nobody can prove any model. No model can be proven by anyone.
All we're doing is disproving what we have been told, whatever that means, whatever shape that is. And so to me, that makes sense. Like, there's so many things to challenge it that makes sense to me. That
I don't care what shape the earth is. I don't care. Like, for 44 years of my life, it really hasn't mattered. It doesn't make any difference. But I would like to know.
Other than that concept does push that we are little peons, insignificant. We're going to die and disappear, and that's it, and that's our life. That's the only thing.
It diminished the possibilities, you know, like it limits.
Think
It
about what you
makes
could
you
have
limit yourself.
manifested. Think about what you could have manifested if you had known. We're not going to go live in the past, but just saying as a perspective, right?
Yeah. So, not sure what's happening. Actually, I'm going to check my phone and see if there's been any further communication.
One thing I was thinking too is we could play a little bit of footage from. Oh, some of it we can't though because of the potential issues with getting kicked off. But I was thinking we could show a little bit of the footage from the first interview she had with him. But now I'm not sure.
No, I think I edited that fine and we put it on YouTube.
Yeah.
That was one, I think. Yeah.
Oh, you did a 5-minute? Yeah, we could play that just for perspective in relation to what we're talking about too.
I don't know where it is. It's there's on my channel.
I'll find the link and then I'll send you the link. But it's not worth me playing, that's for sure. Oh, I snort now. You guys, I told you I'm a goof. I don't care. I'll be the goof.
I have a new subscriber, Bizwoofer.
Hey, Bizwoofer! Thank you, man. Thanks for your support this afternoon. It's good to see you. You too, Kimmy.
Oh, there we go. Right, okay. We got
faces.
So we got.
I'm working on it.
Rain came down. Washout. Changing location. That was 58 minutes ago.
I wonder. Ask her where they're thinking of going. I'm curious.
I'll just say, is there any news?
I'm looking up. Looking it up. Yeah. Looking it up.
Right.
What did it do?
I don't know what's going on with Rox. So, just for the sake of taking a quick break, I'm just going to play a video that I made the other day and posted it up about our friend Jamie Johnson. Jamie Johnson is of the Johnson & Johnson family. He's a multi-millionaire millionaire heir, and questioning where his money came from and finding out that his father did exactly the same thing, because for 3 generations nobody's worked in their family because they haven't needed to, but they still seem to have vast amounts of wealth, more than anybody else, and he's questioning this quite fucking rightly too.
My great-grandfather founded the Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceutical Company. I was born rich, my father was born rich, and my grandfather was born rich. And a few years ago, I broke a cardinal rule amongst the wealthy. I started to talk about social class. And my way of doing that was to make a film about 10 kids from vastly wealthy families, and I included myself. The title of the film was very predictably Born Rich. And for the last year, I've been working on a new documentary, a documentary about the unequal distribution of wealth in America, and the favored few Americans who own roughly 40% of the country. I made this film about rich kids, and it really bothered a lot of people in my community. And a lot of my friends got really mad at me for it, and my father had always told me from an early age never to talk. I included my dad in my documentary against his wishes, and that he was so mad at me that we hadn't talked in months. And we hadn't spoken since the opening of the film, which was months and months ago, and I didn't really know what to do about it. And I even went one step further, and I told him that the reason why I was there was that I was making this other movie, and I wanted my father to be in that film too, but he was so pissed off at me that we weren't talking, and he refused to, so I didn't even bring up the subject. Why haven't we talked recently? And he said, you know what, Jamie, you shouldn't have made that movie. You did the wrong thing. And I didn't want to be in it. And I said, well, you know, Dad, I really actually thought it was important, and it got a fairly good response, and you should probably know I'm making another one, and it's about a similar subject. And he said, you just don't get it, Jamie. You just don't understand. There's a reason why rich people don't talk about money. There's a reason why it's unspoken. And I said, okay, fine. I'm totally open to that. What is the reason? Just tell me. I've been curious about this, and I wanted to talk to you about this. And he said, you just don't know. And I thought, no, I don't. You know, tell me. And he was kind of serious, and he's like, I can't. And we were sitting in his study, and at that point, we're just silent for a while. And then he walks over to a bookshelf, and he grabs something, and he comes back, and he hands it to me. And I'm thinking, what is this? And I grab it, and I look down, and it's a VHS tape. And there's a date on it. It doesn't say anything else. It's just a date, and it says 1972. And I'm thinking, what is this? But at that moment, things were kind of intense. And it was almost one of those things where it was like, be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. I'd wanted to relate to my father in a real way, and all of a sudden we were, but it was like new for us, so it was almost too much. Neither of us could really handle it. We didn't know what to say. And the conversation didn't really resolve itself. He just kind of walked out of the room, and I sat there with this tape, and we were both a little bugged out. And later that night, you know, I decided to watch the movie. And I put it into the VCR, and I start watching it. And it's a documentary film. And it's a film that's critical of Johnson & Johnson's involvement in South Africa under apartheid. And I'm thinking, what is this? And I watch the movie to the end, and the credits start rolling, and it says, producer, James L. Johnson. And part of me wanted to run upstairs, he'd gone to sleep at that moment, and wake him up and ask him and say, what is this? What happened? But I didn't. I waited till the next time we saw each other. And I brought it up, and I said, hey, I saw the film. I saw your name in the credits. What's the story? What happened? And he told me about it. He told me that when he was a young man, he'd made a documentary, unbeknownst to his family, that was very critical of Johnson & Johnson's involvement in South Africa under apartheid. And he told me that because of the bad press, the tape had gotten back around to the people at Johnson & Johnson, and the executives had seen his name in the credits just as I did. And the CEO called him up and called him into the company to reprimand him. And he did. He told my father, I think you're wrong. I think you did the wrong thing, Jim. We don't know what you were thinking about. And he said to my dad,
life isn't going to go well for you if you keep working against the world that you're a part of.
And my father had a choice to make at that point in his life. And he chose to change. And for my whole life, I've known a father who's never worked against the world that he's a part of. And in some ways, that's the ultimate benefit of being really rich. You can always take the path of least resistance and have a very smooth life. And I think in some ways my father did. And as a result of that, he lived a bit of a limited life. But, you know, now I have his example. And thanks to his example, I don't have to live my life that way.
Don't let them have that power over your body. Retain the sovereignty of your own body. Keep control. If you give your data to somebody else, to a doctor, nurse, or health service, without your consent, you lose your control.
As you already know, the Wide Awake show was in Durham for the In Pursuit of Justice rally on the 4th of June. Roxanne was invited up as a guest speaker, and she also caught up with the other speakers, Mark Steele, Joe Langley, and Kevin Corbett. And in this video, we're going to bring you Roxanne's speech, the first part of Kevin Corbett's speech, and then an interview with Roxanne after the rally.
That is the introduction.
I've come up personally to talk to you because this is a subject that's very, very dear to my heart. I stand here in front of you as an unvaccinated individual. I was born in 1981, and even back then, both of my parents, my mum and my dad, were both very, very sceptical about what was being put into our bodies. Society, government,
No one can tell you what to put into your body. So if you take one thing away from this, please, if you have half an hour, those of you that are standing here, I have massive love and respect for you taking the time out to stand here, but for those of you in the background that can hear this in your peripheral hearing, please take 30 minutes. If you've got time to watch a movie, you've got time to look into this.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak here today. It's a great honour to be in Durham today. And the title of this rally is In Pursuit of Justice. So we want justice. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what we want justice for. To exist, none of them have been isolated or purified. This is an incredibly important point that a lot of the anti-lockdown scientists are not acknowledging. Of course, the government scientists won't acknowledge this. Don't let them have that power over your body. Retain the sovereignty of your own body. Keep control. If you give your data to somebody else, to a doctor, nurse, or health service, without your consent, you lose your control.
We are speaking to Dr. Kevin Corbett today up in Durham for the Pursuit of Justice rally, which we just witnessed go around the town. Thank you very much for talking to us today, Kevin. What's brought you up here today?
Well, I've been campaigning around the issues to do and science for the last 2 years, and that's been based on my previous research going back now best part of 30 years. So I've known for a long time that the science behind this, and so I'm wanting to bring these issues into the public domain more, to speak to people directly as a health scientist with 35 years experience and as a qualified nurse with 37 years experience.
In the last 2 years, what would you say the reaction has been to the information that you're putting out amongst your peers, your colleagues, people in the industry that you're in?
Well, in the health sector, it's very difficult. I mean, from the 1990s, I became quite well known as standing out around HIV and AIDS, and that was dismissed, or it was accommodated in a way, because I had a credible research background in other areas, and I taught for a long time in universities in the UK, and so that was accommodated. And I think this has been worse because, it's so fundamental what's happened. This has been a huge sea change in healthcare and a reorganisation of the NHS. So people have been forced to take sides for or against. And of course, one's lost a lot of colleagues on the way. And colleagues who probably agree with what I'm saying, but are not able or too afraid to stand out.
For fear of the social reprisal?
For fear of the professional implications of doing that on their credibility, their reputations, their income, their what's called esteem factors in the research excellence framework in universities. So they may agree with some of the scientific caveats that I've talked about in private, but they're not able to come out in public. And indeed, within the anti-lockdown movement, there's a lot of very well-known scientists involved in the anti-lockdown movement who privately agree with what I'm saying, that there's been no isolated or purified virus, but they're loath to come out in public and say this, again for fear of challenge, or they don't understand this, or they feel they're going to be vilified even more than they have been. So it's this issue of polarity and division that is the big issue, and that needs to be dealt with, I think.
Yeah, can't hear you, Rich. You're muted.
Do you want to, because we can still hear that.
Me?
Yeah, can still hear that. Still
I'm
playing.
not playing anything. I'm not playing it.
It's me. I'm an idiot. It's me.
I don't know.
I was sharing the screen. You were sharing the screen, and Richie.
You want to know what I was looking at? Well, we were playing that. That was a great clip, by the way. Thank you for putting that together for us, Richie. You know, the end of your thing was like, we'll see, Jamie. When you read this whole freaking thing, he like, it looks like he gets there. Well, first of all, he deals with Oprah quite a bit. He's on plenty. He does a cameo on Gossip Girl. Sorry, never watched that show. I shouldn't judge it.
I watched Gossip Girl for a bit because the girl that I was seeing
was into it.
She really loved it, man. She fucking loved it. She watched it religiously, which says a lot about her, really.
Well, more or less what happened is his show, he actually like gained traction. It was a Sundance Festival thing. He got a bunch of awards. That's what it says all up in here. Then he goes on to do another one called The 1%, and he ends up on HBO. And it sort of sounds like, okay, he's momentum. The titles sound good. There's no real, content to it here to read from, but not really sure what relevance it had. This is interesting, though. It says, so then he does an episode called Class in America, along with this Nicole Buffett. He does an interview with Oprah. Warren Buffett disowning Nicole. Like, is this a ruse? Because more or less, if disowns them, then this all goes to shit. So then the documentary goes, so she probably lost her money. Because then he does another, it sounds like he's, look at this, the wealth gap.
Discussing how the recession affects rich families in 2008. So that 2008, 2009. That was after the recession, wasn't it, in 2008?
Yep.
So, I mean,
and then he kind of disappears. He does something in 2003 here, but look at this cowardness, in my opinion. He writes for Vanity Fair, mind you, and the Huffington Post. And
well,
then
if he went to the Huffington, he's a
and then look at this in 2010, and look at when that was. So
and then he launched the high-end fashion collection.
Oh, look at this! In 2014, he wrote for the New York Times and a White House summit for 100 young philanthropists. Oh, sorry, I can't say that word.
They don't understand what that word means. They've decided what philanthropist means. It doesn't mean what they tell everybody it means.
Okay, sorry.
Tell you what, Jamie Johnson, prove to me you're a philanthropist. Send a million over this way.
It gets better. He's now a fashion designer because his friends commented on his custom fan, called Black Sweater. I'd like to see what child slave labor is out of that. So there's your famed Jamie Johnson.
He's probably gone into business with his textile buddy, hasn't he? Mr. I've got the 11th edition of Encyclopedia Britannica.
Oh, that guy.
Mr.
That guy.
Yeah, well, I just don't believe in guilt.
Starting coke off his yacht.
I don't believe in guilt. I think it's for nuns and old ladies. There's just no point. I've got no time in my life for guilt. What else is it? He said, yeah, well, basically, when I like to read a book, but when I'm reading about a book, I'm thinking about pussy. So I go and get pussy. When I've got pussy, I'm thinking about reading a book. So my life really is just reading books and getting pussy.
Books. I'm so fucking smart, and I've decided that I need to be a model because that's how I set myself on these standards. And I learn the whole world. If I'm a model, I'm going to learn culturally the whole world. I'm going to understand it so deeply.
No, I'll be able to describe it to the chaps down in the golf club. And explain to the chaps in the golf club and maybe to the Thai prostitute. Anyway,
let's not give this guy any more
is it
credit,
jealousy? Right? Is it because we're jealous? Yeah, if having that much money meant that I'd have to be like that person, then you can. I'm happy where I am.
So
I'd rather not be like that.
You saw my hippie pictures. I did get a modeling offer once. That was like, it's one of those gimmicks, and she stopped us on the street and everything. It was me and my friend. It was my guy friend, and he was very attractive, but I was very tall, so that's why you get, anyway. So, and it was one of those gimmicks where it was like, yeah, we'll make you a model. Your parents just have to pay like $2,000 initially, and then it's
one of them.
$100. Yeah, we both looked at each other like.
Basically, what we need is some face shots and some profiles and some. We'll get your portfolio done. That's just going to cost $2,000.
Because you're mediocre, girl, it's going to cost you. You want to be a model? It's not free.
Yeah, it's scam, absolute scam. I got scammed into a dating site for men, like
is it Bumble?
like an escort service, but not. They said like it's not a sexual thing. It's a, for discerning women to take to to evening events and stuff, and they scammed. That was a scam. Paying for you had to pay for your profile to get done, and absolutely nothing came of it, man. And I'm not going to sit there and think, oh, it's because nobody picked me, because that's just destructive thought, man.
Everybody,
I got no time. I got no time for thought like that.
Well, if you don't mind reminding him.
What's that? Say that again.
People in the chat, if you don't mind reminding Richie, he's not a bad-looking fellow at all.
No, you don't need to remind me. You don't need to remind me. I know what I look like.
I said he doesn't need it.
No, I don't need it. I know what I look like, man.
But I agree with you. That's how you know it's a scam. And there's a lot of that.
And that's why I'm a little bit resentful, because I think, come on, I should have riches. I should have, you should have all of this shit, man. How's that ugly fuck got anything at all? But no, I'm joking. I just joke. I'm not sure if we're going to get back. We're going to be able to speak to Rox again. I'll be honest.
No update, right? Yeah.
I'm not feeling.
Out of cell range? Would that be a possibility now?
Well, I mean, you'd think not, wouldn't you? In today's day and age, you'd think not.
Yeah, you'd think not.
You'd think that's fucking ridiculous.
Area.
But if there's weather, if there's a weather situation going on, that might be affecting the signal, and then we've got all the other. Yeah, it's 19 minutes since I messaged her, so.
Yeah, it's all good. So,
I'm just a gigolo, and everywhere I go.
I know, it's just about to be like, what do you think is going to happen next? It's like, do we want it? That's the problem. We're at this point now. It's like, we don't want to talk about the negative. I only want to talk about the positive. So, again,
people are like desperate to fantasize about how everything's going to collapse and get really bad and terrible, and oh my God, it's just all doom and I'd just like to think, yeah, maybe for them, that's what it's going to be like. But it's going to be really weird, because I already feel like I'm kind of walking around in a little bubble that can't seem to be touched, and I don't see any of that around me. I'm seeing people at odds with each other. I'm seeing arguments and, people getting, and I'm hearing people getting really angry and fighting with each other. But I'm not seeing anything else, really.
I'm not either. Like, I'm not even feeling this big, horrendous thing happening. I do feel like it might feel crazy for others. I just don't think it will for me. And I might have to get up and go. I don't feel that though, but I am just like, okay, I'm prepared if I need to, but no big deal. Actually, I do. It would be good for me to maybe have more of a
maybe what it is, right, is there'll be a couple of moves that take place between now and 2040. And in 2040, where we end up in 2040 might be completely different, but we're going to end up, that's where we will end up together. And so, but it will come in stages, like, so like, I don't know, you come to Tenerife, or I'll come to America, or
think about that.
We all end up in Australia, in northern Australia, with you know, Chris and that.
I know, right? Yeah. I know, because actually that's funny, because he and I were just talking about that. Oh, I started again. I don't know, that's becoming a thing now apparently. I've been watching too much of the Red Hawk Tribe. She snorts all the time in her tarot readings. I think she kind of has made it her thing. I don't know if she actually does do it all the time personally, but it is actually kind of cute because it feels genuine to me. Yeah, the Richard Gere thing, by the way, that made me laugh. That made me laugh.
I've missed the point of what Richard Gere thing. What Richard Gere thing?
And the women don't want to talk her. I feel like, well, I don't know if I don't need to say it. Do I need to say it? I don't need to say it. So, listen, do you want to, we could call it, and then we could hop back on. We could always put up another quick one, you know, and go back live if she comes back. It's up to you, though, if you want to hang out for...
Does, or Alex want to come on? Do you want to come on, Alex?
I'm an Alex. Did you send him the link?
I'll put the link in the
You got it?
in the treehouse.
Okay, with that, I want to go make some more coffee. And
we'll just have another little break. And
yeah, we'll come back with some more chitter chatter, and then hopefully if Roxanne can come back in, we'll go back to that. Yeah, this will be great.
The links, right? And Alex, the links in the Magic Treehouse if you wanna. But I don't have a proper speaker. Oh, you mean earphones? It just means that what will happen is you'll get cut out when anybody with a microphone talks. It will cut yours out, but we can still go. We can still
just make sure, Alex. We'll just try to make sure we give you the floor, so that's how we'll work that out. And Rich, you're good at seeing people like talking without hearing them and saying, "Hey, what were you trying to say?" What you're inclusive that way.
Yeah. There she is, the domestic goddess. Well, I'll bring you on, Alex. But we are going to take a break. That's going to be at least 4 minutes and 5 seconds long. All right. So don't go anywhere. All right. Because unless you want to make a coffee or something, because I think that's what.
No, already done that.
Sarah's going to make a coffee. Anybody else, if you want to go make a coffee, we're just going to have a quick break. We're going to dance with the gorillas.
the mainstream, but still don't do shit but bruise a dream. Use a new level of youth unseen. Truth is the kids are losing steam, and they say it's a shame to undermine it. We're talking about the most hated machine of all time. It's they're playing a game with most of our lives, but in November, who had the patience to stand in line and stop plain insane to come to realizing it's big pains like a flock of sheep talks cheap with a shotgun. Used to want a street fight like drunk, and I just pray that I don't lose my fucking head like Boston. I rock a black bandana too tight. Black man with the posture of a punk, cast aside cause I ain't right. I'm patriotic like a fox. I hung my flag high, but must have misunderstood when Beanie Siegel was like, hey yo, like that shit the fuck up. I ain't white and there's laws for that, so I use color stage bleach at the laundromat and deal with it. You see how my squad react, we keep our hands warm with the damn Patriot Act. We burn pages, matter of fact we burn back. It was written as an outward attack. See, you can't fight a feeling, I feel terrified. There's a war against me, my friends, my fam, my pride, my life, my job, my rights, and like-minded folks I like they just don't mind it. So cool, right? They wag the dog, we cast the lipstick. What kind of city plumber thought that he can make these open rugby pipes fit? Well, they don't, I'm catching the drip. I'll practice holding my breath and stick with the shit. It goes, hands up, if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Hands up, if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and bridge against the gears. Come on, hands up if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Hands up if you're broken, we'll find a way to stand up. Give it up if you're hoping and never give it up. Stand up so we know who's here, who wanna open the machine and break against the gears. Come on.
You're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boy.
Puny. Say, let's pretend this grain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one? Are you kidding? How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse. FBI. All across the line. Suspected spies. Clientele. Tomahawks. Scorch the sky. White collar crime. Immortalize Yusef. Careful what you rep of the new left. Only a few left. Got the bureau doing Mueller two-step. Fire traps. Warrants for the wiretaps. Equal employer op. Higher apps. Read between the lines. Redefine. Enlist people army marching across a hard march. Dollar scams. Saudi royal fam. Oil contraband. Fun off the Taliban. Atomic blue. Army move. Christian and Islamic fuse. Attend more funerals than barbecues. Niggas died and fill them on his shoes. Know your God. The con is on if you're confused. Resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk. Raise your fist. Unite people, army, enlist. Rebel music transmit like this. Proving that the movement exists. Realize to disregard the pepper spray. Don't stop, overthrow the legislature. Till they pay us reparations every day. Filthy pigs, murderers, they hate made. Maybe you heard of us. Revenge for the engineered virus. Slit their eyelids, carve an image in their iris. So slaughter, bloodshed, brutalizing, the truth rises. The CIA trained to crash test pilots. So feel wise, don't believe, cause they don't want you to see through the real eyes. So realize, don't accept the realize. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse, resist. Are you an actor or an activist? It's more than your right to insist. Refuse to the government admits. Take a risk, raise your fist. Unite people, army enlist. Rebel music transmit like this, proving that the movement exists. Realize you're the catalyst. Refuse.
Just the two of us, Alex. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Can hear you just fine.
Okay. I can see myself in the TV. It's terrible. How do you do that?
That's distracting, isn't it? Yeah. I don't have it on TV. My TV is covered actually. It's switched off, unplugged, and covered with towels. Right, so there's not just this big black mirror sat there. I've covered it all with towels, and I just use my monitor for my it's my iMac. So it's only a little 21-inch monitor. It's only small. So yeah. And I just focus on you. So that I'm on the left. I can see me in my peripheral vision. I can see me, but I'm focused on you because it's just, I can't.
What happened to Sarah?
Sarah, oh, here she is. I thought I'd let her bring herself back in when she's ready, rather than having an empty chair sat there, and then she can sort of get herself ready and bring herself back in when she's.
I'll be in just a minute, and because I definitely want to chit chat with you. I'm just because I wanted to get some more coffee too. But I'll be right back. You guys keep talking because I want you to be able to have the stage too, Alex. Okay. By the way, you look I don't know, you look like you're glowing today. I don't know what you did.
Yeah, you look good.
Very nice
as well.
I'll be right back.
I love it.
I'll turn my TV
She's gone straight off the camera again. So anyway, it's the weekend, man. It doesn't really. I like people that don't. I hate being on camera, and I like people that don't like being on camera as well, because it's it's like you're not. No, Ems, you have to have your camera on, babe.
I can't see myself.
I have to. Okay. I don't have my hair. I'm not hair. My hair's not ready.
Hello.
How are you doing anyway? How are both you girls doing?
I'm good. I'm doing good. How are you? Is that a Victoria's Secret shirt? Because I swear I have that same shirt. Swear. And it's Victoria's Secret.
Isn't Victoria's Secret more about lingerie and negligee and things with frills and isn't that what Victoria's Secret's more about?
I never been a lingerie girl.
I never. Do you know what? All my ex-girlfriends just get really pissed off. Oh, every ex-girlfriend of mine was pissed off because they're like, God, you don't know how much that bloody whatever it was cost, and you just didn't pay any attention to it at all. You just chucked it on the floor. Like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like
anyway.
There was another point besides chucking it on the floor. Yeah, like acknowledge it.
It's like it's underwear. It's meant to come off. Like, what's the point of underwear? It's a barrier. Get it off.
It's meant to be. That's why they invented Primark.
That's why what?
That's why they invented Primark.
Yeah.
So you can, do the good deed of buying, something fabulous, but then it doesn't really matter if it ends up on the floor because it only costs you a couple. Where unfortunately, all in his money are soon parted, and when it comes to lingerie and the tossing of it on the floor,
well, it's just not etiquette, is it? It's just not done. We shouldn't. We should take more care.
Types, I would include myself in that. But if that's not the type for you, then
Nah, I'm just. Yeah.
Primark, much better.
It's all.
It's worth buying underwear that is going to end up on the floor, and whether it's worth it. And if it's not worth it, then buy from Primark.
Well, the whole point, the whole point the girl buys it is to make the man feel sexier, and so it's like, yeah, it did the job. Get off. Lovely. Get off.
It's costless women's underwear. I don't get it. Why even go to the trouble of putting basically what would amount to a string after you remove crotch from the underwear? Like, what is the? I don't know. Maybe I just think too hard about some things. Sometimes that was definitely one of those ones where I'm just like, it's one of those intrusive thoughts that comes in my head, and I just go, okay,
out of my head.
Are you a vanilla? I'm a vanilla.
Yes.
What's a vanilla?
Yes.
When it comes to sexual, nature, vanilla. It's.
What are the choices? Hang on.
I guess you could say.
What are the choices? What are the choices though? Like vanilla, cinnamon, chocolate, lemon, peppermint. What are the choices? I don't want to categorize myself as vanilla if there's peppermint available.
Be pistachio. Be
pistachio. Pistachio is the best ice cream flavor that exists. Right, pistachio ice cream is the best ice cream that exists.
I've never had pistachio ice cream, but I love me some ice cream. Like, I'm obsessed. I love ice cream. Like, oh man.
Do you know? I wasn't a fan of ice cream, right? But when I was in Portugal, there was this ice cream bar on this particular beach. It was the only place you could get it, and you could get this sort of blueberry sherbet ice cream, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing, but it was the only place you could get it. But I'm not a big ice cream fan. I
love ice cream.
It just if you
in the wintertime, like my favorite milkshake is eggnog. Eggnog ice cream milkshake. It's so like that's like I live all year long for little things like that. Chocolate. Boxes of chocolate.
Eggnog's it's a big American Christmas drink, isn't it? Eggnog.
Yeah.
And
but they put they like to put alcohol in it. Here, I don't do that to me.
They put rum in it.
That's disrespectful to the nog.
But isn't it? You put nutmeg in it. Don't you put nutmeg and stuff in it as well? And you
like a little bit of whipped cream.
Cinnamon, nutmeg. Yeah, that's not.
That's it. That's all I need.
But I don't know about the egg. I don't know if the egg is needed. So, Alex, earlier you were saying about an idea. You have a new idea.
Yeah. It's just being new to everyone, but it's very old. There's nothing new under the sun. Just an old idea. New.
An old idea of what? Of how we can move forward.
Yes.
Of a way for us to navigate what's going on at the moment. Is that what it is, or is it more of a final destination?
Most everything. Or it could be nothing. I mean, it really depends on the people, whether they like it or not. If they like it, they'll come, and if they don't, they won't. So that's not my problem.
If you build it.
So what's the idea?
Universal or realm wide boutique boarding houses.
Oh, yeah. So now boutique boarding house has a certain, I don't know, there's a certain connotation that I think it comes from American Old West cowboy type. The boutique was kind of the brothel. And this boutique, because boutique to me is lingerie.
Is that where we get bougie from? I feel really dumb asking that. Is that where we get the word bougie from?
I don't know. I've never actually considered where the word booty comes from. It's boot. It's your boot, which is
No, not
your
bougie,
rear end.
bougie. You know, like chicks that like they're like real materialistic. They're called bougie. That's it's like a younger
I think that's
generation.
an American. That might be an American colloquialism. Because we say bookie. If something's bookie, it's not right. If something's bookie, it's like, yeah, that's not right, man. That's bookie.
Oh, so when I was younger, I actually used to call my daughter's dad my bookie, but in like
in an affectionate way.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
and then
like
I
my
call
boo.
my dog. I call her Pookie.
So
bougie.
carry on,
Bougie
Alex.
is from a rap.
Sorry, Alex. Carry on. This idea about boutiques, so you were talking to me about that and saying that that's what I should do here. I should try and start a boutique boarding house. So,
no, I
said, boutique boarding house. In my mind, my perception paints this. It's quite a upper class type, chandelier in the hallway, that sort of like lots of ivy, and but like not a nice place. Well, it'd be really nice as if people could live in boutique or stay in boutique boarding houses where everybody got to know everybody. You didn't just you could go to the privacy of your room, but everybody did actually make an effort to get to know everybody that was staying in the house, and socialize in the communal areas, and get together on a Friday night and have a barbecue and do things together as a house. That would be nice.
Done that.
Yeah.
The teacher felt the aura. It's fabulous, and I want to share it.
So but that's what you're talking about. That's what you mean. That's what you mean, like with the idea.
Yeah.
But what you said to me, because I said, that's something that I don't have the capital for, to invest in a property that I could turn into a boutique boarding house. And you said, you don't need it.
No.
You just need
the imagination.
The
imagination, location, reimagination.
Yeah, because I know that one of my problems is I put limits on what I perceive to be possible. I put I subconsciously or whatever, I put these barriers and these obstacles and these limits that come up to, how am I going to convince? So I'll go out and I find a nice location, and
you're not ready yet. So what difference? What's the point of going and, having a discussion with anyone before you're even ready? You don't even know what you're getting, or if you're even going to get yourself into it. So of course you're unsure and you don't know. Why would you be anything other than that? Because you don't know about it.
For me, I'm all about. I'm going to be all about doing the treehouse, getting the treehouse going. If we can have some sort of
that's
affiliation with a and then after that, then get a boarding house going and have an affiliation with
Oh
or
yeah, don't worry
something.
about that. That's on its way, but not now, not tomorrow, and certainly not probably by the end of this year. But
I can see Sarah backstage. I'm just waiting for her to come back in. She's just sat there. I don't know if she's listening to the conversation. Oh no, she's drinking her coffee. So, I mean, do you want to elaborate on that a bit more, Alex?
On which bit?
On the boutique boarding house. I mean, it's a like.
Well, everybody needs, somewhere to call home. So,
And
But-
that's your like I was asking earlier. That's your version. Like that's your community. That's what you see. Is that what? That's what I mean.
no, I see it as a realm-wide community.
Oh, okay.
The idea behind it, which I've already done. The deal. That's done already. It's about the bigger picture, which is all encompassing, but that needs questioning.
Yeah.
Because what's the big picture?
Yeah.
It's like where
Yeah.
people the references are, and then help them to get
That's
like a bit dialed back from it. Have you watched Matt McKinley?
Quantum of Conscience.
Yeah.
Oh, that's his last name?
I've been subscribed to Matt for probably 5 or 6 years.
Oh wow.
I've been
you're
longer.
Like
10
you're the
years for
old
me.
boy. You're the head boy, probably.
Or not 10 years. When did he come out with the books? Right? That was what he first did. He released all those books.
Yeah, that's about when I. That's about
me
when
and
I
my
started.
ex. Yeah, me and my ex. Well, it was more my ex found him, and then we listened. I sat, and that actually is what started my YouTube journey. And then somehow I found Dutch Sense through him, and then.
Did you see his channel before it was Quantum of Conscience?
What was it
Because he had a
before?
different name. It had a different name. It had a different channel, but it was deleted, or he deleted it.
That man's a lifesaver. You were talking about
He's-
life early. He's one of them.
What I like about Matt is I've watched him grow. Like I stopped watching him because I thought maybe he wasn't, but then I sort of checked back in and realized that he'd actually grown quite a lot. He was contemplating things that he hadn't contemplated before, and he was actually talking about the possibility of us manifesting what was going on. That's not something that he ever touched on before. It kind of annoyed me that he was quite nihilistic. But he seemed to be a bit nihilistic for a bit. He became, for a small part of the journey, he became quite nihilistic. But yeah, he's grown. He's grown a lot since then. I don't listen to him as much as I used to.
I don't either, but I have, because the only reason I say that is because he's still a little hard on himself. So sometimes it's a little. There's certain ones where he goes off, and it's a little hard for me here because I
think that's what it is with me.
I still listen to him, and it's the same thing with like that AGWN guy, because there's times where I'm like, oh God, no, what are you saying? And that's not how I feel about Matt. I shouldn't say Matt is more. It's more like, oh man, stop beating yourself up. But don't get me wrong. I mean, again, like he is instrumental in the waking up, because so for me I was immediately, I told you, I've always seen that the red and blue thing, and that's just a gimmick, right? And that there's the puppet fingers, and I was so irritated because I felt like no matter where I was looking or where I was going, they're taking sides. They're either like, oh no, or this, and I was like, where is my neutral in between resource? And it really started with him. I mean, and since then I've grown because of I've reached out to so many different like avenues, but yeah, I mean, he had such insightful, good, like, ways to say, okay, this is how you know this is ridiculous. And that's what I've been trying to say. Like,
breakdown of reality.
The people who aren't awake.
The
I'm like, look at this
what
and
he
look at
calls it,
this.
isn't it? He calls it a reality breakdown.
Yeah.
And like, if reality were real, how it would be different. He's put that into. I think it's just the subject of his book, or he's doing another book, or something. He's been sort of documenting it, hasn't he? What it should be like versus what it is like.
There are a few things. Can you
Say
hear
again?
me?
Yeah, just cut out there for a second. Go ahead.
There are a few things said that he's, every time he posts them to people who watch him and ask and say what you're talking about. It's really funny. And he always says that.
It's cutting out, Alex. Sorry, all of a sudden it started cutting out. Oh, and Richie, you're muted. Where's the cue the circus music?
No, if we're muted, we'll be able to hear better. If me and you are muted, Sarah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll mute myself. I can hear you now.
Okay. So he always says the same things over and over and over again, which I find highly amusing. And one of them is identical. Identical. Because he knows from that film, My Cousin Vinny, which is really fantastic for lines. And then he also says, mind your business. Mind your business. And with that, it really had a massive impact on me, that we're so busy, so many people, thinking about how we're going to mind everyone else's business, and we forget about our own business. And what we need to do is we need to back up, and see this as, as what it is, which is like a tennis court with many different games of tennis going on it. And every time you zoom in to a particular game, you want to take a side. What you need to be able to do is zoom in and then zoom right back out again, and take no sides. Take your own side. Stay in the middle. On the stage of life, if this world, as Jason Brashears and as Matt McKinley and various others are talking about, is a simulacrum, or
Simulacrum.
Then back up and watch. And if that is correct, and I'm sure that all of us have, in our lifetimes, on a number of occasions, experienced synchronicities that are like, wow, I could have died. Wow, I could have, that could have been me. Or wow, we experience these things. So maybe we are a little bit special because we know what the fuck, and we're on a truth quest, and we're saying, okay, fuck it, if it's a game, let's play it, right?
Yeah.
What do you want out of this game? And there's no competition for excellence, because everybody is competing to be as normal as possible, to be as mediocre as possible. That's where the competition is. But there's no competition for that, none whatsoever, because people are too scared of it. So, if we want people to, experience their own brilliance and amazingness, let's experience ours, shine a little light inside ourselves, and, build it, and they might come.
Which is all basically goes back to, leading by example. Instead of trying to lead people, like saying, I've got this idea, we'll do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this. Just getting on and doing it. And if you're right, you'll be successful, and then that success sets an example for other people to follow suit, or or do their own little version of their own. Everybody can make their own version of it, can't they? Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like with so private members' associations. Everybody's association could be slightly different. One association might be totally acceptable of doing hallucinogenic drugs and, you know, mixing that in the food and microdosing mushrooms and smoking weed and be absolutely cool with that.
Something about distilling herbal. Sorry.
Mine won't be anything like that. But if I meet anybody on the journey who is looking for that, yours will be the address that will be in my little pink book and say, oh, you want that? You go there. I don't do that, but I know a man who does. And you'll love it.
That's
and
it.
I
Or like
who says, I don't like that at all. That's not my thing. You'll say, I know, but I know somebody who would have something that's right up your street.
yeah, like we've already sort of got our sister company in Italy with oh gosh, what's her name? It's Roxanne's friends in Italy. They're friends of the show. They haven't been on yet, but they've actually, because she was left a few hundred acres of land in Italy, southern Italy, and her father is a multi-millionaire, so she's due to inherit quite a fortune, and so they have basically trial and errored building this little retreat. It's not going to be a retreat in the same way that I'm envisioning the Magic Tree House, because theirs seems more sort of health orientated, like just maintaining health and keeping things at bay, like preventative health remedies and stuff. Whereas mine is going to be more about tackling, actually tackling spiritual reconnection.
It's not going to just be microdosing, but you know that. It's going to be.
Oh, no, because microdosing won't be for everybody. That will be an avenue, you know, suitable to people that are dealing with addictions.
Yeah.
Or maybe depression.
Yeah.
Anxiety and stuff, you know.
But Alex, tell us more about like what you would see for yourself, or like what you're talking about. And I apologize did you already talk about this while I was gone? I'm sorry.
No, I've already done it.
Gotcha.
I know it works.
So what do you see your role being in the future? Are you up for doing it again, or do you want to be a consultant for anyone else that wants to do it? You know, what's your, or are you just there to chuck the idea out to people and say, there you go, run with it?
No, I want to be, you know, let's Hogwarts it so much easier to get it. I'm quite happy to be the Minerva McGonagall of the situation, you know.
So
I know a little bit about everything, but you know.
So I mean, for that to happen, you'd need to have some sort of
book, film, TV
syllabus, kind of, you know, have a collection of some collateral to help explain and, you know, and illustrate to people what it is they need to do and the stages they need to go through.
Yeah, my life's an inspiration. It's a work of art. Trust. You couldn't make it up.
But that's part of the beauty of it, I think. Really quick, I don't want to interrupt too much, really, but my cat, you have to look at this. This is a picture of her, and her brother's a kitten, and she's been staring at it. She can watch TV, but she's been on and off. Hi. She's been on and off staring at this picture. She went up here and
in the picture.
Here, I'll show you the picture. It's a picture of her when her and her brother were kittens. But don't stay. It's my friend. She actually created a makeshift dark. She's the one with the right there.
Okay.
And now look at her face now. If I can see how her face is way darker. It's actually as she's 14 and it's starting to get light again. I've noticed because it used to be really filled in. But her brother, yeah, they're Siamese mixes. My friend made this. She made a makeshift dark room in our first apartment, like back in the laundry room, and she developed this photo in there.
Cool. That's the one part.
Yeah, right. That's how I feel. To me, that like, you know, because I do a lot of photography, and I like my photography. I like my but I'm enamored with landscape. I'm enamored with nature. So when I see other people, but don't get me wrong, it's much the same thing. Like even for me, I can only imagine if that's not your style of art, how repetitive that feels. You know, so my Instagram is full of that, but now it's an array of the Wide Awake show too. So it shows that diversity, and that's what's important. We were talking about this, maybe it was on Cam's chat, but that whole concept of jack of all trades, master of none, and someone was like master of no one, which is why jack of all trades is actually a good thing, and which is why being all over the place can be a good thing, because think of all the different concepts or structure that you learn by going through that process.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's like for some, it's better to know a little bit about a lot. For some, it's better to know a lot about a little. And for some, they will know nothing. And some people think they know everything. And you know, there's types. We're never going to get everyone the same. And why would we want them to be? Because then how would we know how different we're capable of being? So let those other types be the other type. Figure out what type you are. And then give yourself
mind your business. Mind your business, man.
Exactly. And then give yourself
beautiful
type and give other people the permission to be the type they are. And then you can't, you know, be in conflict with them. I mean,
that
said than done.
And that's true diversity.
But we don't show off.
That's true diversity, isn't it? To allow everybody to just be themselves. Just be you, be you. You be you. I'll be me. I choose to be the best version of me that I can try to be. If you choose to be the worst version of yourself, then I must respect your right to choose to be that. I have to respect that and say, okay, if that's how you want to be,
I say thank you.
I don't have to be it. Thank you for being that, because you're the polarity.
Exactly.
No, you have to exist. You're the polarity to me, or, you know.
That it's funny because it's like it was a lesson I learned. I knew before, but like coming into this group, it was just beautiful how quickly I was able to see that. I had never been in that situation before, but this time it was like, wow, we are all so different, but all so cool. And we're such puzzle pieces. It's really, yeah. So I'm glad to connect with you because I haven't been in the chat and I've been meaning to say that. Yeah, I'm going to pop in, guys, today and tomorrow. So
I take a little bit of, I don't want to say pride. I take pleasure from the fact that like everybody, not everybody's chatting in the group. There's only a handful of people that actually chat in the group, but the people that do chat, everybody's themselves. They're completely 100% themselves.
How many of those people you don't know? How many of those people are watching with other people? How many of those people are sharing this information with other people? You know, how many people are to their friends?
I'd like to be hopeful about that, but the views don't sort of reflect that it's been shared.
They're not necessarily accurate.
Don't reflect it yet. You keep making incomplete sentences. Use the word yet. The views don't represent it yet. But do you know what? If you had so many viewers, how would anyone get a fucking look in? You know,
or feel a part of it. Like we've talked about, we don't want to be, that's not the purpose. We want to reach people. And I think we're reaching, I've told you this, we're reaching more than we know. And it's weird, Alex, that you said yet. And I know you are intuitive. So I'm feeling like you feel it because I feel it, and we've talked about this. It's just you got to give it a little bit of time, but we are breaking through. There's so much. I told you, I'm seeing people that I wouldn't necessarily think would open the door to this, because I have talked crazy my whole life, and now I feel like I'm finally validated. I've had some people come back and be like, oh my God, all this crap you've been saying is coming true. We're getting that more and more. You're hearing that more and more, you know, that these things that we've said. So we just need to be patient, which is the hardest thing in the world, because it never feels like it's happening or that we're running out of time. And then we forget time is not linear.
We're not right on time.
Unless you want it, I guess, unless you want it to be, unless you focus on it and allow it to be linear, then it will. If you don't focus on it, then it can be, what's the word? Relative.
Yeah.
It can be relative. Right. We've got Rox. Here we go. We've got a comment from Rox. Hey, Rox. We've been waiting, babe. 3.5 hours we are into the stream, which is pretty cool because we've managed to keep it going. You're on mute there, Sarah. Rain came on really strong, so we called it a day. I see. Lots of positive interactions and outreach done from all the lovely people who came out despite the rain. Hopefully, Rox, you got some interviews on, like, pre-recorded. But if not, no worries. We did get some good footage up there, and that was a brilliant connection we had when Joe was on, when Joe Langley was on. That was a brilliant connection. So yeah, nice one. Thank you for being up there and getting wet in the rain. And sorry you forgot your umbrella. Oh, I hope I didn't do that. I really hope I didn't do that. Do you know?
It's okay,
because when you said to me, oh, I've got an umbrella and everything, and I had this thought, maybe it was a premonition. Yeah, it wasn't me making it. I did actually have a premonition that I didn't want to vocalize because I didn't want to make it more likely to be real. But I had this premonition that you were going to forget that. I just knew it. I knew you were going to forget it and it was going to fucking rain.
It didn't matter because it rained so hard that everything had to shut down. So whether she had it or not, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered.
Alex, it looks like you're on top of that castle right now. Like you just
Queen of the castle.
Queen of the castle.
Off the head. So, well, yeah, so there we go. Right, so anybody that's waiting for Roxanne to come back, unfortunately, they've called it a day because they've been rained off. And
you'll see her again.
You will see her again. What are we going to do?
We got Alex. What are we going to do? Let's get back to that topic.
That's not good enough.
Oh, stop. Though I will not let go of the puzzle piece. And it's funny because I think I've known this for a long time, but just like innately, you know, because of how I love how different people are. It's sort of how different people look, how beautiful people can be, and how different they can look. That's something also I've always, you know, had that. So, okay, you're already doing it. So, oh, sorry. Let me mute. Say that again.
Character is more important than image. That's really very important to remember. That if you take care of your character, your image will take care of itself. If you only polish your image, you know, then we're all getting old. We're all going to dust, and so what? You know. So take care of your character. And you're both very characterful. We're all characterful here. So, you know, let's just carry on being characterful and create a solution to the problem. Well, the solution's already there, but it just needs to be presented by the correct people. And it will be.
And that's, I think that's where it has to be presented by being demonstrated. Like, look, it's possible because we've done it. Not, we should all do this thing. It's really possible. Have you done it? No. Well, we haven't. No, we're just out here doing this. We just, but it is possible. You go and do it, man. We're just going to sit here and tell everybody about it. It's much better if we actually do it.
I did it for a decade.
Yeah. So unfortunately, though, it's already done, and now you're out at the other side. And you didn't make any videos when you were doing it to show anybody how you did it.
You don't know that.
Well, that's true. Did you make videos showing people how to do it?
Do I have to make a video of showing people how to do it? Or can we watch a video or start creating their own videos?
Yeah. That's this is where we find ourselves, isn't it? Is that there are so many people that seem to be need to be shown. They need to be shown to know that it to break that barrier to say that, all right, it can be done because they've done it. So,
always been like that. Never been any different. People always need to. You can't have everyone. Too many cooks spoil the broth. Leaders are leaders, winners are winners, and losers make their own arrangements, or we'll make them for them because poor sods.
Losers don't make their own arrangements. They fall victim to the circumstance. Losers fall victim to circumstance.
Hey guys, really quick. This is kind of a big deal. This is a big old friend of mine. She's amazing. So thank you so much, Jean, for being here. I really appreciate you. Jean's amazing. She's been in the healthcare field for 27 years, and she has. I tell when I describe her to people, I say she's like a nurse without those exact credentials. She has the exact same, maybe not the exact same knowledge, but pretty in depth. She's extremely knowledgeable. So we both have gone through this process together of where we've been, where we were. We actually went through that together. And then, so kind of coming out of the other side of all this chaos and craziness. So anyway, she's a mama and she's a warrior, that's for sure. And her story is amazing. So sometime Jean, I want you to come on sometime and share your story. So we'll talk about that later.
Welcome, Jean. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Richie, Jean is the one I told you about that was who had talked about doing the Chronicles of Mindful Health with. I've told you about her, so yeah. Anyway, sorry. Keep going on. I just had to say that.
Where is she?
She is in Oregon with me. She's not
in your house.
Yes. No. Hold on a second. Let me get it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I lived near where she lived. Say that again.
Is she in the chat?
Yes. She's on the other side of the mountains. So there's like a big old, she's like 12,000 feet high up and then over. I'm just kidding. You can get across sooner than that. So you don't have to. Yeah. Her name's Jean. She's the shit. So if I couldn't talk about her enough. Anyway, I'm sorry. I did not mean to be rude and interrupt. And then my dad, I messed up and left my dog outside and she'll just sit at the door. She's so amazing. She'll just sit there and wait until we come and get her. Yeah. So anyway, I forgot about her. My dad got her back in. So then that happened. I was trying. So anyway, didn't mean to. What else am I good for though? Disrupting, right? This is exactly why, Alex, I told you I wanted you to be able to just talk for a while. I was going to disappear and let you just talk and then I'll come back in because you have a lot of good things to say. And if you didn't already hear me say this, I call Alex the linguistic lizard or lizard wizard. I'm sorry. That is not how I feel. You know that. Oh my God. Wizard.
Wow, that's such a high compliment. Thank you. Hi, wizard lizard. I love that. What? Hi, wizard lizard.
Yeah.
I am high.
Who was the lizard?
But hi.
No one's a lizard, but maybe a little bit. Who knows? Sorry, let me
shout out Boston Ray. Do you know what, Boston Ray? We were talking about you the other day. We were saying we haven't seen Boston Ray for a while.
Oh, he's brilliant. I love him. I went on his show. No, look, I watched his show. Dragons. Fantastic. I've watched a few others as well. I really like.
To say I have one queued up. I was trying to find the name of it, but it was one that I really wanted to watch because it was what I was just talking about with one of the concepts of I don't see it now. Maybe because I opened it. Of the tides. I probably have it open somewhere else. Anyway, I'll find it. But yeah, exactly. It's great. Thank you for being here.
I was in
yeah, Timber Traveller, anyone's quite welcome to repost, so long as no alterations are made, kind of thing. So like trolling us, that's cool. As long as it's not to troll us, then that's absolutely cool, man. I only say that because I've had people making clone accounts, like making clone accounts and putting up videos of me, but then overdubbing the audio, so it's not me talking, it's somebody else, but it's saying really ridiculous things, but putting it forward as if it's me. That's the only reason I say that. Experience.
Yeah, just know that our music and everything on here, we don't have licensing rights.
Yeah, we don't have. We're just basically it's cool music, and I'm a musician, and all of my music is out there, and it's all copyright free. And fuck it, if somebody else gets rich off it, I'm a big believer in karma. So, what goes around comes around.
I think Richie will get rights to these. I'm not opposed to just not making a priority to reach out to those guys to say, can we have the rights to use your music for our intros and show them the videos we've made and stuff, and see if they would let us. We're super.
I mean,
relevant.
when you think about what they're singing about, I think they'd be quite happy.
I know. I agree.
I think
Gene, you're amazing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just wanted to say that again. Sorry. Yeah. What does that say?
I like that emotions.
Excuse me. So
traveling 2 hours to Parliament every week, 32 times this year. So is that Parliament in the UK? Yeah, I'd imagine. But there is Parliament in Canada and Australia as well. So is that English Parliament? And what have you been doing when you get there, Timber Traveller? We'll have to get a link to your channel, your BitChute.
Stay. I saw that.
Oh, the camera. Yeah. You need to get yourself. You need to get yourself one of these things.
Is that like a little expensive, but it like hooks in and it actually stabilizes, completely stabilizes?
Is it a gimbal?
No, it's not a gimbal. This is just a.
I don't even know what.
Actually, this one's only good. You can only have it in landscape in this one.
That's not a bad idea.
But yeah, it's not. It's not adjusting though. You've got your rotate, or yeah, it's not adjusting. So you're on the side.
I have the same issue. Mine won't do it though. Like I've tried to get it and it won't.
Now you're upside down.
Look at my cat. Look at my cat. What is she doing? Where are you going, kitty?
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. Not ever bloody ready for a close-up.
What's the cat doing?
You look ready for. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You look ready. Oh, is she gonna go pee back in there or something? No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't do that.
I'm going to go and sit back here.
She's feeling goofy.
She's like, I know. I just thought I would like to be on the camera. I'm going to peer through here.
She's a very curious cat, and very vocal, and she's cool. I love her.
I just like the fact that cats don't allow boundaries to stop them. They don't. Like cats have they have boundaries around their own personal space. But as far as anybody else is concerned, it's like, yeah, look, if it's flat and I can put my foot on it, I'm going to climb on it. You get me? And if I can lay down on it, I'll probably do that as well, or sit on it, or whatever it is I can do, I will do that. So.
Raining cats and dogs.
I thought that was a fish tank or something behind you then, but it's not. It's a picture. It's just the reflection of the thing. You're muted. Can't hear anything you're saying.
Sorry. Oh, jeez. It's no, it's that's the picture of her I just showed, and a bunch of random books on photography and other weird stuff. Oh, and like the Tibetan Book of the Dead is in there. Anyway, so when are we got to get this thing going, but so Pushkin, tell us what we got to do. Oh, sorry, let me mute before you.
I don't heard me at all. Anything that I was saying before. I just wanted to say to Ray Mudflood that I love your show, and I just wanted to know what you thought of my nephew's rap thing, and also my uncle, or somebody was like an uncle to me. He opened the first real ale brewery in Boston, or he reopened the first real ale brewery in Boston. It was the one with all those big copper tanks in it. I think it was cool. His name was Richard Wrigley, so you'll probably know who he is. But I was looking around.
Wrigley Field.
Wrigley what?
Is it WRI, like Wrigley Field?
Yeah.
In Chicago? Really?
Yeah, his name's Richard Wrigley. He was like an uncle to me when I was small. When I got expelled from school, I went to Boston for 10 days when I was like 12 years old, and he showed me Boston because he was opening the first real ale brewery. Before that, he'd been in New York. He had the roller rink, which was called the Roller Wink, and it was the roller skate park because there had been ice skating, but he decided to retake it over and make it into roller skates for the summer. And there was a big roller skating revival in that park, and that's why, you know, he was known as an entrepreneur, and he did the Boston Real Ale Brewery.
That's very interesting. So maybe he wasn't specifically the name behind Wrigley Field, but it's obviously connected. So you have family connections, I'm assuming, then that way.
I have no idea. I don't think he was. I remember, and he was he was a friend of my mother's, a good friend, and I went to Boston. You know, yeah. Also I was expelled from school, so my mother had to do something with me because she was working at Harrods. So she sent me to Boston for 10 days.
Interesting. Is that have you been to because I've never asked you this before, have you been to the US other than that?
I've been to Las Vegas. I had a panic attack in Caesar's Palace. But I wasn't really, no one had any sympathy for me. It like shit and sympathy. You find it in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. Sympathy in Vegas. Because if you're crying, people just think, oh, that's another one that lost all her money. And that wasn't why I was panicking. I was panicking because I thought I'd been lost and abandoned and deserted in Caesar's Palace. And I was exhausted and too hot, and I didn't like
everything.
How old were you?
Sorry, go ahead.
How old were you?
I was probably about 22 or 23.
I know that feeling. I've only been there once, but I don't love really super. Yeah, exactly. Once is enough. I don't like.
And if anyone said you can't come to Vegas, I'd be like, no, thank you.
Like that. That's like that. There's this really funny. I think I sent it to several of you, but there's this really funny one where it's like we were talking about it. And it was about, do you want to be reincarnated into Earth? And it's like, absolutely not. I've seen what I've wanted to see, and I've seen enough. That's like, and I feel the same way about Vegas. Exactly. And actually, I see that.
Really? I'm
No,
definitely.
Oh yeah, I know you said that. I don't know yet.
I'm not going anywhere.
I can't.
Alone,
I'm not going anywhere.
The produce on this makes it worth a trip. I'm coming back. Try and stop me.
I like Jason Bashir's take on it. I like, you know, it's I think we are because he has a different version of the same thing that I'm thinking of, where I say that this whole experience is for us. It's like training for us to be fully activated, you know, to be to fulfill our potential as spiritual beings having a physical experience. So having control over manifestation, over all of those things, and it's all about being balanced, having control over our emotions, all of those things. And so that's exactly what Jason is saying. That's what the simulacrum is for us to balance ourselves, to be able to basically to be worthy of our inheritance, and the inheritance being the same, a real avatar. Instead of like in here, this is a simulation and it's all simulated, but there is a real version on the outside, kind of thing.
I feel like that narrative just keeps getting, and that maybe it's not true. I'm not sure. I've thought about that. I told you I've been challenging some things, but my whole life, again, I keep saying that lately. Yeah, my whole 37 years, so much experience, but it's enough that I've been told I was an old soul because I just knew these things, that they're the balance. And I think I don't have a single tattoo, but I've always talked about getting a tattoo, and I still have the design, you know, sitting in a folder I created, and I still look at it and go, yeah, I would totally get that. That's cool. Because I kind of photoshopped it myself, you know, and it's just an Om symbol, which is, you know, as part of the mantra is that aspect of the balance. And then it's like in a mandala, like cool etched kind of lotus flower, but not like, you know, not like this lotus flower, like a mandala. So
my father, he used to say he was Cockney, although he didn't actually come from Bow Bells type area, but we'll go there because it'll just be easier for everyone to understand. He's like a Cockney, but not a Cockney. He's from North Wheezy.
He wasn't born within earshot of Bow Bells, but he was a Cockney.
The language and whatever, there's slight differences, but we won't go there. But he always used to say, when I used to talk about tattoos, he always say, the only tattoo you need is the one between your legs. And he was right for me. So when my son's father and me were going to get tattoos of each other's name on the arm, he was like, he's Italian. He was like, oh, baby, no, it's good. It's only 4 letters each. And I was like, no, honey, it's not 4 letters each. It's 4 for you. 4 because your name's 4. It's 9 for you, not 4. It's 9 because my name is 9, because you're not getting Alex put on you. It's either my whole name or not at all. Anyway, we went for not at all. So now when my son says about getting a tattoo, I always just say the same thing as my godfather said to me. The only thing you need is a tattoo between your legs. That's just my take on it, on the whole tattoo thing. But
I don't feel like I've missed out, but I don't care. I mean, I could get it now, or I couldn't. It doesn't bother me. I would rather.
I fucking love my tattoos.
I'd rather get the henna. No, I don't think I don't want the one that stays, but the henna ink. It's more permanent. Henna ink.
I love my tattoos, right? And I want to get more, but I think it's important who tattoos you. I think there's way more importance needs to be put on who it is that's actually tattooing you, rather than the fact that you're getting tattooed, because there is a type of blood magic that's going on, because your blood is being spilled, and your blood is one of the most important thing. You know, the life is in the blood. So
Did you see that film Tattoo with Jenner, Bruce Jenner, not Chris Jenner, or what used to be Chris Jenner?
no, what used to be Bruce Jenner, but is now Caitlyn.
Might be his father or his brother or his uncle or somewhere in his family. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, there was a film called Tattoo with Bruce Jenner, and he'd studied with the Japanese, but it's kind of like, it's very fetishistic. I think you might like it, but you should watch it, because it's basically all about what you're talking about. It's just, you know, I don't know, because is it really dark or is it really light? It could be either or. I don't know. I really think
Exactly. I think that's the whole point. Like, it could be the person that's doing it is really balanced and just nothing but good thoughts going into it when they're doing it, and whereas or it could be a crackhead that's just very artistic but is very troubled, has a lot of shit going on and a lot of, you know, cheeky monkeys, should we say.
Yeah, I was talking about the film. You should watch
the
film.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's talking about what you're talking about. It just goes in quite deep.
It makes sense to me, like what you're saying though too, you know, with it, because it's like a form of Reiki in a way. Think about that connection you're making with that person.
Yeah,
like Jean said, each tattoo sorry, muted myself. Each tattoo is earned. Agreed. It is exceptionally important to have the right artist. It's a healing method for many.
I'll just for a final conclusion on this thing, I'm just going to play a message that Roxanne has left in our group, in our Wide Awake and Mindful group.
Yeah, the weather closed in really, really badly, so we've had to abort mission and head back down the road. They had to kind of call off the rest of the speeches. We tried to find a location that was big enough to accommodate for everybody, but even that was difficult. So we've agreed we're possibly going to come back up in 2 weeks' time and do a more staggered set of filming. There's so many things to report on up here, so many different aspects to the initiative that they've got going on. But yeah, right now we're making our way back to Lex, and yeah, the weather has been really, really bad.
There we go.
And just so follow back to anybody who's joined us later on, the whole point of today's show was there's a rally going on in Carlisle. Me and my American accent, and I'll show you that flyer right now. And this is with the UKcitizens.org. It's the Pursuit of Freedom rally, which you've seen across the top. But we had speakers, Dr. Kevin Corbett from the UK Citizens and Freedom Alliance,
Joe Langley
Foundation, Kaela Banthorpe, Jason, and then there was talk of Eddy Ellwood. I don't know if he had made it, but hopefully he will for the next one. So
I think what happened though is it was during or just after Kevin Corbett, and the other speakers didn't get to come on. Roxanne said they basically cancelled the rest of it.
It was a washout. So
which is a shame, man, but
it's all good. So we've got some footage that I'm sure we'll be able to use from that still. And we'll make a little clip of that, just like we said. So if you go back and watch this later on, or if you go back in the show, you'll see that we played some clips from it, and then also a clip from the last time Roxanne did, so you can kind of get an idea of some of the content.
When she interviewed Kevin, yeah. She may have actually managed to get an interview with Kevin, filmed by Asita. We'll find out when she gets back. Loving those glasses there. Loving those glasses. They're very
I do.
You know do you know what they remind me of? Right? Do you remember Ghostbusters?
Do that.
Do you remember Ghostbusters? Right? Do you remember the secretary in Ghostbusters? That's what they remind me of. The secretary in Ghostbusters. I'm not sure what you're going for there, Sarah. Actually, there you look a little bit like Katie Holmes.
I've been told that.
Do you know what?
Like Sandra Bullock a little bit.
You remind me a little bit.
They
You
will.
remind me.
So can you tell?
They will.
What happened? Are we okay? Did we break the show?
I'm not sure what's going. We've still got 25 viewers, so you know.
25. That's gone up.
We got 25 euros. What? From
We've got
where?
25 viewers. Yeah.
Super chat? What's?
No, we've got 25 viewers. There isn't any super chat. I don't think.
I
don't think that Roxanne's channel is monetized.
I was
But
gonna
I
say,
know that Roxanne's got the same problem as I have with YouTube. They haven't. YouTube hasn't released any of the money that we've supposedly earned when we were monetized. None of it's been released. So there we go.
It's all good. It's all gonna work out. Hey, India.
Worry too much. First a trickle, then a flood.
It's all gonna work out.
I'm just going into the live chat to see. Yeah, there's no super chat in Roxy's. So
You guys, did you hear that sync? So it's all gonna work out. And she said it's at first a trickle, then a flow, and then you played the video and it said of me saying it's all gonna work out.
right.
Gotta get weird with it.
I'm just gonna say, because I haven't even been into Roxanne's chat. Hey, look at that. See if there was any need for any. Actually, do you know what? I didn't see any trolls in any of the comments. I didn't see any troll comments. So, also, shout out to the chat rooms.
Have we got a moderator? I can't see it. That's usually, like, I love to follow the chat, but I can't see it. Have we got a moderator?
I'm a moderator in Roxanne's chat. Yeah.
We don't need one. We're okay, but you're good. I know it's really hard unless you're set up on your computer to see the chat, and even still,
Is there 25 in hands?
No, there's 11. There's 11 in Roxanne's, 22, 12. Sorry, in mine. Actually, 13 in Roxanne's, 12 in mine. Yeah, it's
Hi guys, in hands.
Yeah, we've had about 20
There's woofers in.
time, so thank you for staying with us 4 hours in now.
Yeah, 3 hours 56.
And we're supposed to go live. We're going live for usual tomorrow. So boop boop.
Yeah,
So
we will be back again tomorrow.
Because you're getting geared up for tomorrow.
It's going to be a later show tomorrow, isn't it? We're going to start at 9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Greenwich Mean Time.
No, sorry,
Greenwich.
we can. I have it set for 5 p.m. your time. We did talk about that.
So same time again. Oh no. We started at 1 today. No, yeah, 5 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah. No, we started at not what? It's not even 5 p.m. for you yet, is it?
Yeah, it's 5:30. It's 5:30 now. So yeah.
It's after that. So this is the time I want to start tomorrow, or we could start later. We could do what do you call? We could do like we just said, like later in the evening. But no, what we say that yeah, because that would work for no, yes, would that work for Cam? That's what we were kind of aiming for. But we don't. Maybe it's too late of notice anyway for him. I don't know. We can figure it out.
But hopefully we'll have Bernie's going to be on tomorrow.
Hopefully, yeah. If not, we'll have him on. We want to do a feature with just Cam, just Bernie, and then the two of them together. We have plenty of time to do good content with that. So. You're on fire. Ah!
This is all for when Bernie comes on.
Little plug for Bernie. I gotta make a overlay for autodidactic now. Brains, just like a bunch of brains around. Actually, I could make a big brain over the whole thing, so everybody's just like behind a giant brain. I could do that.
That just made me think of the Futurama episode where they're fighting the giant brains, and he goes, "I'm a giant brain, and I'm leaving for no reason."
Raisin?
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay, so this is a good reference. So it's 2 a.m. But see, we'll miss Callum tomorrow if we push it out. Unless Callum will make you stay awake in the morning. Because we could
That's
do
the
a...
only thing is, that's quite late for Callum, isn't it? Or
Yeah.
very, very early, depending on how you...
Well, or very early, because it's 4 hours from 5 o'clock is 9 o'clock for you. So if we did it at that time, that's 6 a.m. for him, and that's what, like 7 a.m. for Cam. He might be up.
I have wondered often if Callum does actually sleep or not, or if maybe he's a vampire and he's nocturnal.
No, we've discussed this. He does sleep, but he does actually take a lot of 20-minute naps, and then sometimes he catches back up on it, like gets like a longer duration at a time. Like he gets, because that's what we talked about with the 4 hours at a time and getting in through your REM cycles. So
Are we finishing?
anyway, sorry, what?
Are we finishing now?
Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Oh, I want to talk about, but I'm quite happy to wait. I'm a relative newcomer to this, meta world of YouTube and everything, with the actual being on of it. Do you see what I mean? I just want to say thanks.
Yeah. If you haven't noticed, Alex, we don't have the most perfect flow, and that's kind of part of it. We like to add a little bit of cringe to the cast.
Well, the thing is, and the thing is as well, like we did have it. We had it set out for today what we were going to do, but it just, the best laid plans of mice and men. It didn't work out that way. We've winged it, and here we are 4 hours later. Say that again.
The path to hell is paved with good intentions.
I've thought about that, right? And I think the path to hell is paved with good intentions not acted on.
Ooh.
Like it's the false good intentions. When the people give you the platitudes and their false good intentions, it's that's what paves the road to hell. Because good intentions are good, but it depends.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say it doesn't have anything to do with the other person's intentions, or whatever comes out of their mouth is everything to do with your own expectations. So it sort of needs to come back around, right? And that's if you hinder yourself, if you hold yourself back, and you expect things of others, you expect that happiness to come from somebody else, to me, that's paving the road to hell. It's a little bit more about realizing the responsibility on ourselves and having that appreciation for what did that person that I might feel resistant towards actually give to me just now? Did they set a new boundary kind of in my mind, or is it more of like, oh shit, I had to learn a lesson on my own?
Yes. The lesson is what is your ability to respond? What is your responsibility? How much ability do you have to respond? And how will you respond to get any given situation that you may find? And I think it's quite a good idea for people to actually have a really good think about that, as to, if I have to respond, only me have to respond to the situation, what am I going to do? What am I going to do about it? And then once you go through all the spectrum of choices that you have, then you can decide on a few of them and think, and then do a dress rehearsal with yourself, and think about, the next step of what will happen next. If I do this or if I do that, what will happen next? And then you can start making much better decisions because you'll be moving forward at all the different forks in the road. And there will be forks in the road of choices, so many choices. And you just have to make the best choice. And sometimes you won't, but you can always find your way back to, where you were.
Exactly, that's key.
What you feel.
As long as you've got a moral compass, as long as your moral compass is set,
Don't worry about it too much. Just use your moral compass. And if you haven't got one, location it's there somewhere. You just need to get yourself in the correct echo chamber to figure it out, because then you'll and then when you start to read, moral compass is ready and waiting, and then take charge. And it doesn't matter if you make a mistake. It doesn't matter. Humans, beings, us living souls, we have a wide margin of error on both sides. So, just try not to go over it. But you can go within cliff notes, of this is how I didn't fall off this cliff, or I fell off this cliff and this is how I picked myself back up. So either way, you'll be legend.
I like that.
Right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I keep saying that because I was saying that to Ems too. It's like, it's okay to talk about it, but don't try not, when you say it, to beat yourself up about it. Realize the fact that you're even recognizing it right then and there. That's amazing. Be appreciative of that, because that's huge in the steps. I think that some of us realize that we've taken is that has to do with that kind of triggering talk. But the more and more you catch yourself, the more and more you can look back and how quick it happens. So don't beat yourself up in the process immediately. Oh shoot! Oh, that was faster this time. So, yeah.
Sad, in the film Enter the Dragon. Did you ever see it? Enter the Dragon.
Bruce Lee.
Yeah. Don't talk. I'll just explain it because it will be quicker. He's got a student and he is going to go into combat with him, or teaching him about how to go into combat, and they bow, and the student takes his eye off the opponent by bowing with his eyes as well, and Bruce Lee slaps him upside the head, and the student's like, oh, I'm sorry, and everything is like, it's like a finger pointing away to the moon. Don't watch the finger or you'll miss all the heavenly glory. So like you've just explained, Sarah, the heavenly glory is that in spite of, the threats and the slings and arrows of outrageous whatever, Em has managed to pick herself up, dust herself off, and start again. And that's
every time, right? Yep, that's resilient.
Glory. That's the resilient glory.
I mean, that's what I pointed out. That's what all of us have done. Well, it seems like certainly everybody in the treehouse has done that, and more than once, not just once, more than once. And when you've done it, the people that you've expected to be around you, or thought that you might be around you to help you, whatever, they haven't been there, and it's been strangers that have helped. If anybody's helped, it's been people that you didn't know.
We've relaxed as strangers.
Say that again, sorry.
Blanche Dubois, A Streetcar Named Desire, Tennessee Williams play with Vivian Leigh and the Godfather one, not Kubrick. What's his name? I can never remember their name.
Marlon Brando.
But he didn't do it.
Marlon Brando.
Streetcar Named Desire. Blanche Dubois. You've been a Blanche Dubois. I've been a Blanche Dubois. Sarah's been a Blanche Dubois. I can't speak for Em because, I wouldn't dream of it. But after what you've just said, you two, and me three, Blanche Dubois, we've relied on the kindness of strangers. And we'll always rely on the kindness of strangers. You just have to reverse.
Yeah, and take a little more power back, which is hard because we're not supposed to be alone. We are supposed to be with the community, but I think that's what part of what I've talked about, this time that we're in this dualistic, that it's not as harsh. This is where the tribes can come together. We can be energetically with the right energy flow.
Well, this is where the cheeky monkeys come in, you see, because the cheeky monkeys, you know, they're either working for you or against you. Either way that they're around, there's nothing you can do about it. They're supposed to.
You can harness it, right? You can harness it, and you can't get rid of it. You have to appreciate it. Like you said, it's the chaos. You have to see that negative allowed you. This is what's so hard for me right now, though, and why I keep going to that. I do feel like it's so strongly more dualistic than maybe it should be, or like this is a little abnormal, if that's even the right way to put it, because it's like it's really hard for me to look at somebody who's been involved in any kind of child slave labor, sex trafficking, anything that has harmed them, right? For me to have any kind of excuse, even if they were brought up into the family. And this kind of goes back to the Jamie Johnson thing, like with what he ended up doing, like look what he exposed and then he ended up doing. And even if it was to defame your family and you were threatened, somebody at some point, I have a hard time with this, is did we create this? Did we create this chaos to grow? That's what the big question I think that I still have is, you know, what's the purpose to life? 42.
The meaning of life is to make meaning of a life. Your life.
I think the meaning of life is to live it.
He or she whose life saves the whole world. So start with your own. Mind your.
What about they, them, she, her, and
What about them?
I agree. It still doesn't prevent me from asking these questions, because I've known from the day one that I have to work on being just continue to be the humble that I know feels right, you know, that feels, you know, and you know what I'm saying. And so, but I definitely think that you know how I feel. We need to be responsible for ourselves. We need to push forward, and you need to not dwell, because that's not going to get us anywhere. And it's not. I'm not manifesting anything by asking these questions. I can, like the meaning of life is what I mean, what I make of it, which means that I create what I want, and that's what I've decided. I was like, okay, this is my reality. Then, you know, this is my dog is in this situation. She's doing great. This is where we're all going. I'm going to get to hang out with all of you. We're going to have this, you know, even if we don't all live there, we're going to have this healing center where we all get to come and da. So there you go. That's what's happening.
I think it's important to have more than one person visualizing that as well.
Yet. You're not ready for it yet. If it happened tomorrow.
If we were, it would be happening. It would be happening now. It's all about divine timing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Divine timing. You're not ready. If it happened yesterday, yeah. People were talking about, oh, this one got vaxxed, this one got this one got what? So what? So what? If they got hit by a bus yesterday, so what? So what? And it's exactly the same, because it cuts both ways. You know, if you received everything that you want, everything which you don't even know what you can imagine yet. You're just in the beginning stage of thinking, what can I imagine? Wow, you know, what is imaginable, you know?
Yeah, like you start thinking about a unicorn, you're like, no, back. I don't want that.
I find it, I mean, what I want is so bloody simple, and it's much easier. It's actually much easier to, because what I want is tied in so directly to everything else. It's like if I could, I wouldn't want to live in a bubble, live my perfect existence, but in this little bubble where it's only me that's experiencing it. I'd like it to be a universal thing, you know?
Sorry, my foot went like a mermaid tail. It got trapped underneath the other foot.
It's all good. Yeah, we've been sitting here for a while. This is a good time and reminder. Go ahead and stretch.
I will get light.
Oh, you're good.
I'm gonna have a stretch when I take the dogs out. But
Oh, okay. Let's wrap this up then, and we'll make sure we touch base. And Alex, definitely gonna get you on again.
We'll be on again tomorrow.
We're gonna be on more often again. We've been talking about this, so we got
like at least 3 times a week. At least 3. It's been 3 times this week, hasn't it? Went live on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Live today. Live again tomorrow from 5 p.m. GMT, which is 12 lunchtime Central Time. New York Central Time.
Yeah, it's 12 for Eastern. So yeah, New York,
which makes it 9.
Bernie's he's like Mountain Time for the U.S., which is a little different, but he's at 10, and that's 9 a.m. for me.
So he's 7 hours. You're 8 hours. M's 5 hours. Right. Behind, and then we've got Callum and Cam.
Cam won't be able to make that time unless we switch it to like 7 a.m. and I still don't know if he'll be able to make it. So we'll have to maybe talk to him about that. He's come on late at night when we do him early morning, so we could try to make that a time for him. But we can talk about that later. We don't need to talk logistics right now. Why take me out to the ball to close us out? I hate that song. I'm so sorry.
Say that again.
Reverend wants us to sing "Take Me Out of the Ball Game" for the 7th inning, and I can't do it. I don't like that song. I'll start doing it like.
Is that the one that goes da 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 da? Is it that one?
Mommy's on peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care. Yeah. I can't do it. See, can't do it. It's like, sorry.
Anyways, on that note, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us for 4 hours and 17 minutes of basic winging it, trying to fill the time.
We thought we were going to have, but it's all good because this is what some of it's about. You know that some of you are here for this exact reason. For the
Just
others, we'll try to make it more together. But we can't make any promises because it's not really about you. So maybe it is, but I don't know yet. So maybe I'll find out in the future. All right, I'm going to shut up. Bye. 420.
Right, ladies and gents. Alex, thank you very much for joining us, babe. And we will do this again. And Bisworth, Reverend Hull, India, Brian, Callum's gone to bed. Night, Callum. Thank you very much, dude. Tim the Traveller, L'Underground, Gene Dietrich, Boston Ray, if you're still here, A to Z, if you're still here.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
And that's basically everybody that's been. Adam Cook popped in.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Sorry,
I don't know what happened to you, Em. You just disappeared. Don't know what happened there.
He had a Wi-Fi issue and tried to reset it, and apparently it did not work, unfortunately. Next time, we'll get her back in.
Tanya, I'm not sure how to pronounce your surname. Gauchi? Thank you very much, Tanya. Kimmy Spreadborough. Kevin. Good to see you, man.
No one's power. Thank you.
That is pretty much it for the people that have been chatting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Batman. I'm Batman.
Batman.
I'm Batman. Just JP.
Rob. Thank you.
Jose JG Boom.
You're way up.
Jose. And Rob, yeah. And who are we? If you're still about, mate. We'll meet up. We'll get together soon, dude. We'll do something soon. And Shari as well. Jim Dillinger. Jim Dillinger over there in France with the French people.
Can you tell? Yeah.
Three Fingers, FE Nation. I don't think we've got those people anymore because I think they came in.
Yeah, I think you guys.
Anyways,
fortunately,
ladies and gentlemen,
they're out.
you've all been awesome. Thank you very much for your time. And we will play you out with this one.
In this life in the, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like hoodoo, 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 hoodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10 I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed, that hasn't unjinxed.